عنها حولا قل لو كان البحر مدادا لكلمات ربي لنفد البحر قبل أن تنفد كلمات ربي ولو جئنا بمثله مددا قل إنما أنا بشر مثلكم يوحى إلي أنما إلهكم إله واحد فمن كان يرجو لقاء ربه فليعمل عملا صالحا ولا يشرك بعبادة ربه أحدا.
60 refereed journal articles and 2 widely adopted textbooks and over 60 other publications. He has also given over 150 invited lectures, keynote speeches, and presentations at professional conferences. He is also the founding editor and currently editor-in-chief for Elsevier Science Analytics Methods and Accident Research, and was previously the editor-in-chief of Elsevier Sciences Transportation Research, Part B, Methodological. Our third guest in this session is Professor Asad Khattak. Welcome him, please. Welcome. Professor Asad is Distinguished Professor of Civil and Environmental Engineering at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. He is also the Associate Director for the Collaborative Sciences Center for Road Safety, a U.S.-based National University Transportation Center led by the University of North Carolina, Chapel. He serves as Editor-in-Chief of the Journal of Intelligent Transportation Systems with a current 2 years impact factor of 3.6. He is also a special advisor to the Journal of Transportation Safety and Security and the advisory board member of Analytic Methods and Accident Research. Welcome, Professor Asad. And last but not least, Professor George Yanis will join us as well to this session. Welcome him, please. Welcome, Cedric. Nice to meet you too. Please. Professor Yanis is a professor in traffic and safety engineering. He is the director of the Department of Transportation Planning and Engineering, School of Civil Engineering at the National Technical University of Athens. He has contributed extensively in more than 300 research projects and studies, and served in several scientific committees of the European Commissions and other international organizations, some of which is the World Health Organization and the World Bank, and also published more than 800 scientific papers, 240 out of which in scientific journals, widely cited across the globe. Professor Sayed will start with your presentation toward a safer urban network and the role of advanced technologies and big data. Please.
Can you hear me well, everybody? Can you hear me well? Excellent. Okay. Thank you.
Would you try one more time?
So we're waiting for the presentation to start. So while waiting for the presentation to start, The main topic of my talk is about how AI techniques and big data will completely transform road safety. So I will start by giving a general background about road safety, advances and limitations. Good. The slides are not moving.
Technical difficulties is part of life.
Yeah, I know. And that's
And
the one thing about being the first.
That makes the presentation even more attractive now.
Yeah, so by the time they fix the problem, the second and the third speaker will not suffer the same issues.
So, Professor Sayed, you were actually trying to introduce a bit about the topic
Yeah.
and the AI on a side discussion prior to the session. I was talking to some of the audience regarding the urbanized area in Saudi Arabia and the lack of, obviously, to some of the visitors, lack of pedestrian paths and cyclist paths.
Yes.
So hopefully we can see something out of the presentation.
Yeah, so my talk will be about how we can handle interactions of active road users such as pedestrians and cyclists, especially in the era of autonomous vehicle and the new technologies.
Beautiful.
So hopefully you're enjoying my presentation so far.
Professor Mannering, audience are students of yours, and they truly value the contribution you've made to their knowledge.
Oh, yes. Thanks.
In the area of civil engineering and transportation in specific. Ready?
Oh.
لو سمحت أخوي.
Now it is ready.
Okay, we're good. تفضل.
Okay. So I think okay, so let's talk about there was an outline, but it's not important. I can't continue from this slide. It's fine. So I'm going to start. So that's an outline. I think for the sake of time, I'm just going to go through it quickly. So let's start talking about road safety advances and challenges. We all agree that the importance of reducing the social and economic cost of road accidents cannot be overstated. We have 1.35 million people getting killed every year on our roads. So we transportation engineers, planners, enforcement agencies are associated with a product, and our product is the road system. and our product has 1.35 million fatalities. Can you think of any other profession in the world that will have a product like that and they can get away with it? And we get away with it by blaming the road user of the system. So we keep saying that our system is well designed, but the users do not know how to use the system, which should not be the case. We can fix road safety, and we should not have 1.35 million people getting killed every year. But there is some good news, because there has been the remarkable decrease in fatality rates and injuries over the last decades, especially in developed countries. We saw about 50% reduction in fatalities and injuries despite a significant increase in traffic volume. However, with these advances, we have many challenges that, in my opinion, will complicate the future direction of road safety, and we need to change. Otherwise, we will not lead to safety benefits. So let's talk about the challenges quickly. These challenges are the reason for the recent uptrend in fatality rates. So the current 1.35 million fatality rate is 12% higher than what we had in 2010, when the UN started its decade of action. US road fatalities recently has spiked by 20% in the first half of 2021, the largest increase ever recorded, and it's happening everywhere, even in countries like Sweden and the UK, which are known for their safety record. So we have an uptrend in fatalities and injuries. Why is that? In my opinion, these uptrends can be attributed to three reasons. First, we are relying on collision data, which is a reactive approach. We need a significant number of collisions to happen before we can intervene and fix the problem. So stated bluntly, people should get killed and injured first for us to identify safety problems and then try to fix them, which doesn't make any sense. And because we are relying on collision data that happens over 2-3 years, many professionals will be discouraged from trying new stuff because they don't know how effective the new countermeasures are. And they will have to wait for 2-3 years before they know how effective their implementation, so they usually decide not to do much. Quality of collision data is a big issue, almost everywhere, in developing countries and developed countries. Collision data are of poor quality and magnitude. We don't have a complete picture. Even more important, collision data do not offer us good understanding of how safety countermeasures work and the collision avoidance mechanism of road users. We need a new approach. Third, and the most important challenge in my opinion, is the way we have done safety analysis. We have done safety analysis on an aggregate level, aggregating everything, because collision data is collected for 3 to 5 years. So everything is aggregated. If you look at traffic volume, for example, we use ADT, average annual daily traffic, vehicles per day, which doesn't offer us much information. A much better approach would be to be able to know how road users are interacting. And now with big data and AI, we can do that for the first time. The good news is that we are on the cusp of a new era of smart mobility, which will completely change the ways in which we manage safety. And as you will see in my presentation, we can completely change the way we manage road safety to be more proactive. Can the IT people please get my presentation on the screen, and instead of me looking back to the major screen? Can you please get my presentation on the screen here, on the screen? So by the smart mobility, I'm talking about the application of information and communication technologies, which will lead to a very connected road system. Road users are talking to each other, are talking to vehicles, different modes of transportation. And I'm very excited about the big data that ICT will generate. So the expanding use of ICT will allow us of the collection of huge amount of data across all transport modes and systems. New technologies such as connected and autonomous vehicles, edge sensors will generate this big data. AVs, autonomous vehicles, are expected to generate as much as 4 terabytes of data a day from one vehicle through radar, other sensors, and this is according to a Morgan Stanley study. Now, this is a picture of myself instead of the slides. So if we talk about big data will allow us to manage road safety in real time for the first time. Remember, the current approach is to have 3 to 5 years of collision data, and we aggregate everything over 3 to 5 years. But now, a more effective approach to road safety is measuring safety and optimizing it over very short time intervals. We're talking about minutes or seconds. This is a methodology that departs fundamentally from the past 50 years of reactive safety management based on historical collision data. This is new, and this is what I want to leave you with. Collision risk is a dynamic quantity. If you look at collision risk in time, you see these fluctuations. What we have been doing over the last 50 years is to take a long time average, the horizontal line here. So we average everything over 3 years. And then we try to compare it with similar locations and try to fix the problem. My approach, which is the new approach for safety management, is to target these high fluctuations. So if we can measure safety in real time during very short time intervals, I can go and identify these up fluctuations and correct them through intelligent transportation systems. The safety benefits you're going to get from that is much, much higher than what you get through infrastructure-based solutions based on historical collision data. So I will show you some applications from projects we are doing worldwide with this real-time safety applications. And I will also talk about some work we're doing modeling autonomous vehicles and how they're interacting with cyclists and pedestrians. So let's talk in detail about real-time safety evaluations. Advances in technology such as edge cameras, LiDAR, and autonomous vehicles will generate a huge amount of data. If you look at an autonomous vehicle, the autonomous vehicle is measuring or collecting data about all road users within about 150-meter radius. Not about itself, about everything else that's happening within 150-meter radius. And it can classify them as pedestrians, cyclists, other road users, vehicles. So I know very detailed microscopic data from one autonomous vehicle. Same thing for cameras. Cameras at intersections now can process the information at the intersection. I don't have to send the data to the cloud. I can get all of these trajectories from the camera at the location. So because we have these trajectories and we don't want to use collision data, we can rely on what we call near misses. So we're going to replace collisions with near misses. And this is an example of a near miss. The resolution is not the best, but you can see that automatically if I get the trajectories, I can measure the near misses. And if we can relate these near misses to actual crash risk, I have actual crash risk in very short time interval. Very short time interval. So one of the techniques that we've been working on is called extreme value theory. So we collect all misses. I take the very extremes within short time intervals, the ones labeled in red. And we fit a distribution to these extremes. And the tail of this distribution is the actual crash risk. And again, we are measuring it in minutes, not in years. And we get a safety level that fluctuates in time, minute by minute. I know what is the safety level, and I can in years. A safety level that's changing minute by minute at signalized intersections, at freeway segments, and so on. And does it work? Yes, I can aggregate these short time interval safety metrics to estimate crash risk. This data is from 4 locations in British Columbia, Canada. The horizontal green line is the actual number of crashes that are happening. And the dots, the red dots, is our estimate of the number of crashes from the near misses. And you can see that it gives very good results. So again, we have a dynamic crash risk that changes in time. We can measure it, we can quantify it. And the dots, the red dots, is our estimate of the number of crashes from the near misses. And you can see that it gives very good results. So again, we have a dynamic crash risk that changes in time. We can measure it, we can quantify it. One autonomous vehicle is telling me everything. Can you imagine if I have 10 of these? It is covering the whole network in real time. I get the trajectories, I convert them to near misses, and the near misses are converted to real-time crash risk. One autonomous vehicle is telling me everything. Can you imagine if I have 10 of these? It is covering the whole network in real time. I get the trajectories, I convert them to near misses, and the near misses are converted to real-time crash risk. You can see even a conflict here. And this is not the autonomous vehicle. This is their data from their autonomous vehicles. And we wanted to show them that I can take this data and evaluate the safety of this corridor. It's a 9 intersection corridor in California in real time. Their data from their autonomous vehicles. And we wanted to show them that I can take this data and evaluate the safety of this corridor. It's a 9 intersection corridor in California in real time. Movements, cyclist movements, other modes of transportation, very detailed microscopic information. And I can do this. I can take this data and generate the crash risk in real time. Remember, in real time. I can, in real time, know the safety level as it changes at any location in real time. And I can, using this, I can, in real time, remember, in real time, I can, in real time, know the safety level as it changes at any location in real time. And I can, using this, I can see how the safety level changes in time over the corridor. Green areas mean safe, red areas mean unsafe in time. This is a study that we did using data from Athens. And again, using the trajectories for downtown Athens, I can get the heat maps in real time, and I can intervene to make it changes. So one application, again, you see how the signalized intersections downtown Athens is changing, the safety level is changing in time because it's a dynamic quantity. And remember what we will be trying to do. We will take the ones that are up fluctuating and correcting them using AI techniques. So this is an application. Oh, the screen is very big, which is good. So this is an application for getting the safest route to destinations. If you go for Google Maps, it will tell you what is the fastest route between an origin and destination. What about the safest route? Using this real-time safety level, I can give advisory on the safest route from an origin to a destination, not based on historical data, but based on the interactions that are happening now. And I can provide dynamic routing. But what is really interesting here is that we found that the safest route are about 22% safer than the fastest route, but only 10% more travel time. So you see the trade-off between mobility and safety. For a 10% increase in travel time, you get 22% improvement in safety. And this is, again, real time that I can optimize the network for. This video will show you how, again, using downtown Athens as an example, how the safest route between an origin and destination will it change in time. It should change. It's a video. You can see the safety level is changing, and the route will change. Now the route has changed. How to go from an origin to destination in real time for safety. And this is very important for cyclists. Cycling is becoming very important in North America and in Europe. And one of the big issues for cyclists is safety, because they don't want to interact with vehicles. I can get the safest routes for cyclists specifically between an origin and a destination. So, I can't read all of this. How can we improve this dynamic crash risk? In this case, we are trying to optimize traffic signals for safety. As you all know, we have a lot of programs that can optimize the travel time and vehicle delay at intersections. But we have never optimized traffic signal operations for safety. And for safety, we talk about real-time safety, not the 5-year collision historical data. So again, using some AI techniques, I will try to go faster so we have time for the other speakers. We can take the real-time safety, we can optimize the phasing and the durations and all of that. AI is being trained in real time. And then I'll show you the safety benefits you're getting. So the red is before optimization for safety, and the blue is after optimization. We can get about 40% reduction in crash risk in real time. And again, it is based on the actual near misses and interactions that are happening at the intersection. But I don't have to only focus on safety. I can do safety and travel time at the same time. I can do multi-objective optimization. And you can see shock waves being optimized for delay at the same time. That we don't have very good understanding of how road users behave and how safety countermeasures actually work. So in this case, we are taking interactions from Shanghai. We did a big project in Shanghai. You can see the near miss, and you can see how we can get very detailed information about the walking mechanism, walking frequency, step length, and all of that. And we can convert all of that to actual crash risk. You can see the motorcyclist is interacting with all of these road users. Can AI duplicate this behavior or not? How many of you think that AI can duplicate this behavior? Yes, it can. So we take these interactions, we model them somehow using game theory, agent-based modeling. And these are the trajectories. You get the real trajectories and our model trajectories. And you can see that they are very close. So the system was able to duplicate the behavior. And is this important? Very important, because we can model interactions. So this is an event from downtown Vancouver. It's fireworks. And downtown is closed for traffic, and in this case, the van in red, entered the restricted area. And we wanted to see whether our agent-based model can duplicate how these 7 pedestrians in green will interact with this vehicle. And you can see the trajectories and the speed profiles of the actual road users and their behavior and our model. And again, they look very similar. This is work we're doing with Waymo and Motional. These are autonomous vehicle companies, because they wanted to estimate the crash risk involved in autonomous vehicle and pedestrian interactions in California. And this is done, we got data from California, from Boston, and 2 other cities in the US, and we can estimate the actual crash risk. But what's really interesting is that we can make changes to the algorithm of the autonomous vehicle to be sensitive to the environment. So if we put an autonomous vehicle in Riyadh, it should be totally different than putting an autonomous vehicle in Boston, for example. It should behave differently and get used to different behavior from road users.
Saeed, we might need to...
This is in Cairo. This is the last slide.
Thank you.
This is in Cairo. So I was giving a presentation to Waymo. Waymo is Google's autonomous vehicle company. And we wanted to work together on a research project, and I told them, what do you think your autonomous vehicle will do in Cairo? And I showed them this video. This is how pedestrians cross the road in Cairo. And their autonomous vehicles will not move at all. Vehicles will not move. Actually, these pedestrians can bully the autonomous vehicles, and they get them to a complete stop. So they got interested, and hopefully we're going to start a lot of work with them to develop these agents, extract the behavior, and then so they got interested, and hopefully we're going to start a lot of work with them to develop these agents, extract the behavior from Cairo instead of a pedestrian in New York. And I can combine these agents and see how they should perform. So what I want to leave you with today, this is the final slide of my presentation. Crash risk is a dynamic quantity. It changes from minute to minute. We've been using aggregate safety levels over 3 to 5 years. And this approach is not the most effective. We are capable now with big data to measure safety during minutes or even seconds, and this over 3 to 5 years. And this approach is not the most effective. We are capable now with big data to measure safety during minutes or even. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Sayed. We might have one question within probably a minute, and then we'll leave also some time or
so there is time for one question, which is good, so I don't have to answer many questions. So.
If there is something ready from the audience, otherwise I have one. تفضل.
السلام عليكم.
لو سمحت الصوت
تسمعوني ها؟ تمام؟ Dr. Tariq, I like what you presented. I know that autonomous vehicles and the big data and the whole now AI technologies based analysis is focusing on how to control human error. So human error. How to reduce the impact of a human error. I don't know if my voice is clear. But you know the highway safety manual also has its own predictive models. Performance function, these. But I don't know where work fits into that. Because the engineers, in reality, now they are implementing the safety performance functions based analysis. So where does that fit into the whole applications?
Thank you. I have done a lot of
In 1 minute, Professor Sayed.
safety performance functions like the Highway Safety Manual for a long time. I don't believe in them anymore. And we need to change our approach to managing safety. We have abused regression for a long time, and we need to stop doing regression or do it right. And I think Fred is going to talk about how to do these models in a much better way. These safety performance functions in the Highway Safety Manual are giving you very crude estimates because it is aggregated over a long time. Crashes happen for many reasons. Dynamic traffic parameters cannot be included because of the long time period of crashes. There are many things that need to change. We couldn't do it before because we could not measure safety in real time during short time intervals. Now having access to all of these trajectories in real time, we can. And I'm arguing that the benefits you get from this dynamic safety improvement approach will be much, much higher. And for the first time, we'll be able to optimize safety and mobility because we used to assume that safety and mobility are always conflicting. Why? Because these models that you're talking about have exposure as one of the main elements. So reducing exposure will reduce crash risk. So we restrict mobility all the time, and we claim the conflict. While in my opinion, we can optimize for safety and mobility in real time, and the data is becoming available. So hopefully, we're going to stop using the Highway Safety Manual and switch to the more technology-based, which will lead to much higher safety benefits, at least in my opinion.
It will take time. Thank you so much, Professor Sayed. Now we'll go with Professor Mannering, and the topic will be about data analytics.
Great.
And the promise of artificial intelligence and big data to improve highway safety. Please.
Excellent. So, mic is working?
From the, I may make a request from the technical team. We need these screens with the presentation, if possible. And then
Okay.
otherwise we need medication for the next.
Okay. Yeah.
Please.
Okay, as soon as my first slide comes up here. There it is. Great. So today, I'm going to talk about artificial intelligence, but more specifically, talk about the human factors that we have to consider when we're doing AI, ML applications. So to start off, I'll give you sort of two hints where the talk and the final results are going. Sorry, I'm making this difficult for you. First of all, I'm going to talk about why we need to consider all of the things that we used to consider when we're doing statistical and econometric models. And the second one is I'm going to talk about things that we should consider that we have not yet imagined. So if we look at what is artificial intelligence, it aims to mimic a problem-solving, decision-making capabilities of the human mind. So when you think about the weaknesses in human decision-making, this is potentially. Oops, it looks like a technical failure. I think it was maybe the artificial intelligence.
Seems to be a bigger problem now.
Yeah. Here we go. So when we look at AI safety applications, we have to consider the data size and complexity, the richness. Are we getting too much of an echo? Should I maybe use this microphone because of the echo? Yeah. The unpredictable human behavior, human-machine interface, underlying causality, and temporally shifting behavior. So these are the things I'm going to talk about. So when we look at the AI applications, we can really look at what are obvious applications. We can look at applications that merit some caution, and then applications that merit extreme caution. So let's look at the obvious applications. For obvious applications, and this is some of the work that has been done, video analytics, interpretation of sensor data, connected autonomous vehicles, problems involving Newtonian physics, these are obvious applications of AI, ML, and real-time data processing. When we get into applications that merit some caution, you start getting humans involved into the AI, ML decisions. And then we have naturalistic driving, driving simulation data, data of large size, but involving human decision-making. So really anything that involves human input. Then there's applications that merit extreme caution. And this would be, using ML, for example, machine learning for small data, data analysis that's seeking to understand human behavior, data afflicted by unobserved heterogeneity, and I'll talk about this in a minute, and data involving temporally shifting parameters. So when we look at data analysis methods, I start off with there's the causal inference models. These are what economics people use. And their purpose is to seek causality. But to do so, they have to greatly simplify the data. So that's really not that applicable for safety analysis. So really what we're focusing on are traditional statistical methods, which are what you would find in the Highway Safety Manual, heterogeneity models, which include mixing distributions to account for unobserved heterogeneity, and then data-driven methods, which is the AI ML approach that we're talking about. So when we look at data-driven approaches, these are the types of approaches that have been applied to various data, support vector machines, random forests, deep neural networks. There's a whole series of these, and probably all of you have seen papers that have used these methods. But when we look at, things, wait, I think I missed a couple slides here. Here we go. So when we look at what method we should use, we have to consider the data size and then the prediction causality trade-offs. Now, unfortunately, this is a really cool diagram. It is stretched a little bit. But we can look at predictive capability, big data suitability, and then causality. Now, a lot of people, when you use machine learning, the prediction is really good, but you don't understand what's going on. So if you look at the sort of the data-driven methods, which is the red line here, they have high predictive capability, very good big data capability, but very little causality. It's difficult to understand what's actually happening. If you look at the heterogeneity models, which are traditional statistical models with mixing distributions to account for unobserved heterogeneity, they never predict as well as a machine learning AI model. They have some big data capability, but they have an ability to uncover underlying causality. And then I also have the traditional statistical models, which is the gray triangle, and the causal inference, which is the economics models, which is the sort of orangish triangle. But you can see, if you can combine machine learning with what we call a heterogeneity model, which is in a lot of the literature now, you can cover a lot of the data space. So let's take a look at some of the factors that we have to think about when we start applying machine learning methods. There's unobserved heterogeneity, selectivity, endogeneity, and identification, temporally shifting behavior, and compensating behavior. For the unobserved heterogeneity, we can never gather all the information that we need, right? Because even when you're gathering very large amounts of information. A lot of times you don't have the socioeconomic characteristics of the drivers, you don't have the risk perceptions, things of that nature. So since we can't observe these, there's a whole field of statistics that assumes that there's some distribution. But unfortunately, when we look at AI/ML applications to analyze traffic data, they're not really giving full consideration to these unobserved heterogeneity factors. And if you don't, you'll get inaccurate predictions and erroneous inferences and conclusions. Next is a little more complex in terms of understanding human behavior, but it's the selection, endogeneity, and identification. I have some examples here. Safety is often, the safety data we get is often afflicted with the self-selectivity. As an example, when we observe people in crashes, we only observe the riskiest drivers. So the drivers, and even if we have a very dangerous intersection or something, the safe drivers avoid the intersection. So there's a lot of self-selectivity going on. And if we don't account for the self-selectivity, you can get biased safety predictions and you're unable to identify the underlying causality. So let me give you an example of motorcycle safety. Suppose we estimate a motorcycle injury severity model and we find that rain increases the severity of the motorcyclist crash. There's two possible explanations for that. One is that the physics actually make the crash more dangerous and the person comes out with more severe injuries. But the other possibility is that when it rains, only the riskiest people choose to drive motorcycles in the rain. So it's impossible to distinguish. We know that rain increases the severity of the crash, but it's impossible to distinguish what the actual causality is. Another example is effectiveness of safety features. And this is a study I did in the United States in the mid-2000s. We looked at the effectiveness of side impact airbags. The problem is we looked at people that own side impact airbag cars and people that didn't. But the people that own side impact airbag cars, the people that bought them first are the safest drivers. So it seemed like side impact airbags were extremely effective, but once the riskier drivers started driving these cars, then you realize they're not as effective as you once thought. So when we look at how statistics and econometrics have dealt with this, there's an economist from the University of Chicago, James Heckman, won the Nobel Prize in Economics for developing a correction factor for this. But his correction factor only works for simple linear models, not the complex models that we use in safety. So this problem, this sort of self-selectivity, has been ignored in a lot of AI/ML applications in safety. Then there's the continually changing human behavior. This is something that Professor Said sort of referred to, is that it takes years for us to accumulate information on the number of crashes. In those passing years, people's behavior changes in fundamental ways. And there's been a lot of evidence that shows that people's behavior is changing over time. And it's not just safety, it's travel behavior. So if you're using data collected in 2002, you can imagine that's a lot different. Drivers are behaving a lot differently than they are today. So ignoring these temporal shifts causes parameters to be inaccurate. So the next one is sort of trying to understand how humans respond to safety. One is compensating behavior, a thing that we've conveniently ignored quite a bit in the profession. And an example here, I'm going to give a nice little diagram that shows safety improvement. So let's look at, we have a person, every person sort of has an equilibrium point. And in here I have this, if you look at the bottom axis, the selected normal driving speed, and the vertical axis as a probability of a crash. Every person comes up with some equilibrium, like a 1 in 10,000 chance of having a crash. So what happens when we do a safety innovation is that shifts this curve downwards, and we expect that people will drive the same speed or drive with the same distraction, and they'll move from point A to B. But a lot of times we find that the safety improvement that we're introducing does not result in the improvement we expect. And the reason for that is there's compensating behavior. So you could go all the way to point C here. And in that case, if I have a 1 in 10,000 chance of having a crash and you make it 1 in 40,000, I'll just drive faster so I can remain 1 in 10,000. So we have to think about what's going on with this compensating behavior. And if we have that, it can lead to an overestimation of the safety improvements that we're undertaking. So what does this mean for artificial intelligence and machine learning? We really have to think about what's actually happening, especially when there's human involved. So if you don't recognize the safety complexities underlying human behavior, this is particularly problematic with non-real-time predictions. So we have to think causality and not just correlation, because a lot of times when we run machine learning models, so they predict much better. They predict better, but you don't understand what's actually happening. So let's look at the case of when you think of the promise that AI/ML has. Let's look at the case of adverse weather. So where there's going to be a human response to adverse weather and what would be like an autonomous vehicle response to adverse weather. The human response, the human has some initial conditions with normal weather, so they're back to their point A where they have the 1 in 10,000 chance of a crash. Adverse weather happens, it starts raining and so on, so that shifts the curve further up. If the human stays at the same speed, they'll become much more risky because they'll move up to point B. If they slow down exactly as they should and keep the same level, then they'll be at C. But you can see it's very difficult for them to be able to determine all the coefficients of frictions and so on. When we look at what an autonomous vehicle can do, first of all, an autonomous vehicle can shift these curves down because there's no reaction time and so on. And the autonomous vehicle can completely get rid of the compensating behavior. So it moves from A to C, where when this happens for the human, you don't know if it's going to move from A to C. They could move to E or B, so anywhere in between. So when we look at this, we can think of what we could develop with artificial intelligence. We could develop an AI interaction where we appropriately design a system to mitigate the compensating behaviors. So example, you could develop an AI-assisted driving so that the human thinks the car is actually more dangerous than it really is, so they don't get into these compensating behaviors. So what role will AI/ML do in improving safety? If you look at current AI/ML applications, it's being, everybody, I can do machine learning. So everybody's applying machine learning without understanding what the underlying process is. So AI can be viewed as a hammer in search of a nail, because everybody, I got this great method. But ML is often justified on superior predictions, but we're not interested necessarily in just predictions. We need to understand what's happening as well. So when we look at safety data, we could say AI/ML has to be, what we've been doing now is we've been using AI/ML to solve what has been traditional problems, but we should use it as a tool to look at problems that have not yet been imagined. And what those might be, the things that we've often overlooked in statistical analysis is selectivity in the data, temporally shifting behavior, compensating behavior. What we have not yet imagined might be mitigating dangerous human behavior by managing the machine-human interface and using autonomous vehicles to alter human behavior. So I'll give you an example. When we think about autonomous vehicles, we've been designing them to avoid human-driven vehicles, right? We sort of design autonomous vehicles to avoid the trajectories. But an alternative approach would be to use autonomous vehicles to train the humans to become better drivers around them and communicate with the humans by flashing brake lights and things like this. So we can design an autonomous vehicle to alter the human-driven behavior. Because what will ultimately happen if we just throw out autonomous vehicles is humans will start developing bad driving patterns around autonomous vehicles, and those driving patterns will propagate to human vehicle interactions, and we're going to have more human-to-human crashes if we don't think about how the autonomous vehicles are going to affect how humans drive. So what's the future of AI and ML and safety? We need to integrate data analytics with the econometrics. People have spent decades understanding self-selectivity, all of these nuances of human behavior. And unfortunately, with the AI ML, we're just driving ahead and not considering this version of the literature. So we have to draw from the fundamentals of cognitive science to interact with AI and have AI ML interact with human behavior. So I think that's, yeah.
Many thanks, Professor Manor. We'll go with also one question, and I'm saying this just because if we have a left over time, then we can add more questions. But if there is a question from the audience on Professor Mannering presentation, please.
Good morning, gentlemen.
صوت واضح لو سمحت.
Good morning. Professor Fred, thank you very much for an interesting presentation. We rely a lot on AI in talk about self-driven cars taking you from one place to another, and ITS in the roads and so on. Even you could receive your goods through FedEx to your doorstep. This is at normal situation. So I'm thinking what about there is failure in the system? So I'm expecting it will be chaos. So can I have your feedback, please, in this point? Thank you.
I'm not sure I understood that.
We need it one more time, please.
Okay. First of all,
تفضل.
very much for an interesting presentation. We rely a lot on ITS and AI in the roads regarding self-driving cars and ITS on the roads and so on. So we reach at the point, so we sit and relax in self-driving cars when it takes you from one place to another place. Your goods will be delivered to your step through UPS or in self-driving cars. So I'm thinking what about there is breakdown or some cyber security in the system? It will be crash or chaos. So can I have your feedback, please? Is it clear?
So again, I apologize. I didn't completely understand because of the echo and so on. But I think the gist of it should be using crash data or other data. Was that? Okay. So that certainly everybody has sort of viewed crash data as the gold standard, but it really probably isn't. And an example that I'll give is when you look at, it's not necessarily whether a crash actually occurs, it's whether a crash is likely to occur. The analogy I always use is in the United States and Canada is ice hockey. A lot of people, since there are very few goals scored, just like we have very few crashes, when people do analytics to see how the offense of a ice hockey team is playing, they look at the probability or quality shots, right? So they're not interested in whether the puck actually goes into the net. They're interested in the high scoring probability. So in that respect, I think the work that we're doing, which are so-called surrogate measures, and if you look at my journal, Analytic Methods in Accident Research, we do not use the term surrogate because the surrogate sort of says that the crash is the correct measure. We don't know if the crash is the correct measure because sometimes crashes happen because of, a dog runs out in the road and you try to avoid it. Weird things happen. But what you try to understand is what are the high probability traffic conflicts. And so I think as we get further and further along, crashes will become less of an indicator of how safe a facility is, and we'll look at other things like traffic conflicts and things of that nature.
Professor.
Thank you so much, Professor Mannering, for the great presentation. very informative. And we'll move to Professor Asad. And this time the topic will be about AI-related challenges and the opportunities in transportation safety.
So thank you so much.
Floor is yours.
Can we get my presentation online? So I want to mention that AI is a growing area, and we are seeing more and more causal AI that Professor Mannering was referring to. In some sense, we need to take into account all the issues that were mentioned, and endogeneity, heterogeneity, and a bunch of other phenomena, self-selection, and so on. But I want to talk about how we can use this system of new data analysis to help us with streaming data that is coming from AIs and so on. So that's my intent with this. So one thing I want to point out is the safe systems principles. And those have been now incorporated into the US Department of Transportation planning as well as implementation. And as you can see here, it shows that we want to have safe users, safe vehicles, safe speeds, safe roads, and also post-crash care. So those are the fundamental elements of this system. We also see that along the boundary that humans are vulnerable to injury. They are also likely to get into crashes irrespective of how much we take into account their own behavior as well as the roadways. But we don't want those crashes to result in death and injury, severe injury. So as you can see here, Saudi Arabia has been not doing so well in terms of injuries per 100,000 people, and in fact, we have about 6,000 people dying in the Saudi Arabian area, an estimated 1.25 million deaths worldwide. These solutions that we are going to talk about are the growing computational power, ubiquity of sensors, big data, which we have been hearing, and these new opportunities that these systems offer. I won't be able to go through this video, but maybe later on you can look at this on YouTube, how sleepiness can result in crashes, and also looking at how that can be very, very dangerous. So looking at the errors that people make and the conditions that they are in is extremely important. So what I'm going to do is to cover a certain portions of this. The safe drivers, which is basically to provide driver assistance to distracted and impaired drivers, and using some leading indicators like biometrics and also vehicle kinematics to try to see if we can take into account the continuous streaming data and use convolution neural networks for that. We also want to look at safe vehicles, especially automated vehicles, and how to identify unusual events, issues that they cannot deal with. Recently in San Francisco, there was a crash of a pedestrian with AV, which made them stop the operations of Cruise, which is one of the big companies operating robo-taxis in California. These are level 3 and level 4 automation. So edge cases are very important, and we can use unsupervised learning, which are some of the techniques that we've been using in the area of statistics for a long time. I think AI kind of just tries to include all of these into their framework. And also safe roadways, we'll talk about how we can accurately predict and prevent crashes. Especially in the US now, there's emphasis on disadvantaged communities, and how can we use heterogeneous ensemble methods which are techniques that are emerging now. So AI is got vision, automation, robotics, expert systems, and there are several branches, as you can see. Some of these have been alluded to earlier, like reinforcement learning, but supervised learning, which includes deep learning, and classification and regression are the big elements there. Also on this side, there's unsupervised learning, where you look at clustering and this kind of natural language processing, the chat GPT that we see now emerging. So those are techniques that are widely used in this area. So I'll talk about a few things, studies that we have done. This is one where we have looked at human error. Earlier there was a question about human error, and what we did was to look at that. 94% of the crashes seem to have human error in some form or another, in addition to sometimes we see that people are also not able to navigate well, and there's contributing effect of roadway and environment, and also the vehicle itself, its brakes can fail, for example. So the question is how to predict crashes using instantaneous driving behavior and vehicular movement prior to the crash. So that's the challenge. In the interest of time, I'm going to be quick on some of this. So just like we are showing here, you can monitor outside environment, but you can look at the driver as well. And Virginia Tech did a good study, naturalistic driving study, where they collected a lot of data, petabytes of data, as you can see here, about their, what the person was doing, and looking at how we can identify acceleration, deceleration, and so on, the vehicle kinematics. So this shows us how we used that data on the movement, the speed, acceleration, and also jerkiness, jerk, which is the derivative of acceleration, and snap, which is the derivative of jerk. So using that, we also have data on distraction, which is the biometrics, and that allowed us to extract useful information from this data. And we were able to use deep neural networks, convolution neural networks, and others to classify whether an event is a critical event or just a baseline that is nothing happened. So just to explain a little bit, like Tariq was mentioning earlier, there is volatility, and we want to reduce that volatility, at least in driving. So we use different measures for that. As you can see here, the volatility is high for speed number 3, whereas speed number 1, and they have the same average. So this is just showing the concept. And we use these different layers and found that actually we can predict using AI like about 95% accurately. We can predict, so we can harness this data. And as you can see here, with kinematics of the car, the speed, acceleration, and so on, we can accurately predict 90%. We can then, when we put in the kinematics of the car plus the volatility, we improve it a little bit. And with distraction, we improve to 95%. If we can see that the person is distracted, we can improve that substantially. So overall, we think that streaming data, you can use this 1D convolution neural network, long short-term memory, to predict extreme events with good accuracy, 95%, and distraction and driving volatility are leading indicators. So therefore, we can avoid some of the errors, distraction errors, and other kinds of fatigue. I'd like to move on to another example of this AI machine learning in showing you edge cases. So these edge cases are important because they can cause a lot of impacts in our system. So as we were seeing these extreme cases of crashes, Here, this is showing the complexity, and through this example, we are showing how, maybe a pedestrian is crossing and a car is coming, and that's a regular situation where a pedestrian can be hit by the car. But much more complicated is the second one, where the pedestrian is occluded by the car, and the third one, it shows that there is a pedestrian and bicyclist, and the other car in the other lane is stopped. So that's more getting into an edge case. Also, sometimes computers cannot recognize and cannot differentiate between a man wearing a suit that looks like a chicken as opposed to a real chicken. So these are some of the problems of AI. And we looked at AI crashes in the US. There aren't that many, but they do exist. And as you can see, in these cases, the partner vehicle has a lot of role to play in these crashes, okay? We used hierarchical clustering analysis to identify these edge cases. Sorry, this keeps blinking up on me. So we found that the presence of unusual events, as you can see, there is a tire on the road, so that these automated cars cannot deal well with such situations. Also, when there are not good markings, unclear road markings, visual obstructions, and it results in kind of unsafe situations. Also unlawful behaviors, like the crash partner is speeding, or unsafe lane change, unlawful behavior at stop sign, and so on, okay? So those are edge cases, and this shows us some example of those, like, where automated vehicles cannot do very well, okay? So in general, we have identified several cases like this. So before these happen, we can look at some of the crash data and identify these edge cases from that, okay? And I've identified, we've also looked at fatal crashes in the US. There are about 7,500 fatal crashes of pedestrians. So in that case, we looked at the national level data and found that jaywalking, visual obstruction for the driver, and driver's maneuvers like speeding, driver's maneuvers like dangerous maneuvers are responsible for these kind of edge cases. And finally, I want to mention this methodology called ensemble learning, where you basically combine models that we have been estimating for safety. So let's say Poisson or negative binomial model with some of these tree-based algorithms that are being developed in AI, so that you can more accurately predict these. And this, we did this for some of the data from Tennessee, and collected a lot of data for Tennessee Department of Transportation, and used Poisson, negative binomial, tree-based regression, random forest regression, and gradient boosting. All of those are models that you can combine, so that if those models are predicting, let's say 80%, you can get you can try to look at those predictions and use those predictions as data, and use a meta-learner to kind of learn and be able to predict better. So if it's 80%, you can improve it maybe to 90% if you have the right combination of base models, okay? So we did that. I won't go through the details of these, but basically we found the random forest base learner, and random forest was the best in terms of base learners, as well as on improving the accuracy. And these are some of the factors that were found important: average daily traffic, as one would expect, and the length of the segment, and also commercial driveways on that kind of roadway, industrial driveways, and so on. So the idea is to predict accurately from the stacked model, and we did that and showed that that was very useful. So we are looking at pedestrian and bicycle crashes as well, looking at stacked models and how we can predict better so that in the future, especially in disadvantaged communities, how can we improve the outcomes and address poor visibility or maybe inebriation and all those kinds of difficult issues. Especially 75% of the crashes happen at night for pedestrians, so we looked at nighttime crashes in particular. So overall, this is in closing. We have these tools that have certain challenges. I think these tools are, issues do emerge, which are data privacy and quality of the data, the ethical issues and bias in AI is important, which is being addressed by various researchers. The trust deficit black box, we don't know what's inside, is extremely important. And as we said, there's explainable AI, there's development in causal AI, which kind of somewhat relies on randomized experiments, and also there are policy issues and cybersecurity issues that are associated with these. But as you can see, the trend in deep learning, machine learning, by looking at Google Scholar, Google hits, it shows that this has been increasing, and AI tools can be used for crash prevention, as well as showing driver assistance and automation of cars, emergency response, optimization of that, and also better traffic management. So with that, I think I am going to try to finish off. These are some of the papers based on which my presentation showed you the results, and I think if you want to listen to a good music asleep at the wheel, then go to this website. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Asad.
I have one question.
No, you can have a seat.
That's fine.
I suggest that we, just to break the flow, that we spend 10 minutes and some Q&A, this time from my side, just because it's kind of difficult.
It's difficult to hear.
From our end, the questions from the audience. Please, have a seat.
Thank you.
Given that most of the audience are from different entities, be it an academic-based entities or universities, planning level and strategic mandated entities, or even operational, like the traffic police officials. And given the presentations that I have also seen from each of you, my question to you, Professor Asad, would be about the autonomous. The automated vehicle seems to be a solution toward more accurate data that could be easily analyzed and therefore used to overcome some of the issues that we experience at operational level. The question is, and this is also from practicality perspective, I know that the AI is, or the automated vehicles is highly dependent on a ready infrastructure to adapt to that. Was there, a model, a financial model that would expedite the movement and the transition to automated vehicles, especially from infrastructure readiness to adapt to these automated and autonomous vehicles?
Right. So in the US, we passed an infrastructure law which provided a lot of funding for these kinds of initiatives. It is competitive funding, but every municipality or every city has to provide some kind of justification for putting in the infrastructure. For example, the Tennessee Department of Transportation is working on providing roadside units, as they're called, which will help with automated cars, and they will help communicate with them. So automated cars don't have to be connected, but if they are connected, they have a clearer sense of what's around them, and if they can talk traffic, then obviously they can optimize their movement much better than just having an automated system in their car. So basically, what we can do is to accelerate this. We need to buy technology that is, it has to be an investment, but it is relatively easy to invest in roadside units. LiDAR equipment is a little expensive, but we can still have that on traffic signals and be able to communicate that information to the cars that are using it.
You stated that autonomous vehicles do not have to be connected, so it's not really a condition. Yet, what is the outcome efficiency if connected versus not connected?
Right. So if they are connected, it is like being blind versus being not blind. If I were to give you, right. So, there is vision system within the cars, but that vision system is enhanced by leaps and bounds. There is like maybe 30%, 40% better performance at traffic signals. That is, in terms of safety, as well as I've seen studies in terms of mobility. If you do install if the roadside unit can communicate with the in-vehicle unit and give information about whether I'm going to turn red or green in 3 seconds or 5 seconds, that information is critical, and it can help with the infrastructure.
Eventually, given that this is something within the plan of the U.S., is there a time frame, at least estimated, for this to reach an acceptable level of completion?
It's a kind of a complex national issue, but there is no particular time frame except this technology is diffusing really fast. So certain cities like San Francisco has very advanced system, and they are trying to put more and more of these units, but we have so many traffic signals that it's almost impossible to foresee that the whole system would be detectorized and fully capable. Maybe in next 10 years or so that might happen, but there's no particular national time frame. All right, thank you.
Also from the previous presentation, Professor Sayed and Professor Mannery, I think there is a common language of the importance of data, but also what type of data we need. And I think Professor Sayed indicated this precisely when you said the issue in analyzing data is with the type of data that we use to analyze. Would you please highlight and elaborate more, Professor Sayed, on this, specifically with the fact that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is experiencing a true transformation when it comes to data in all fields. So I want you please to elaborate and also give a single advice that you would share with the transportation industry when it comes to data and specific, and the type of data.
More and more data will become available to us. And this data will become available at a very disaggregate level. and the infrastructure needs for this data is not huge. All the vehicles, the new vehicles that most of us buy are connected now, and we can use the location of these vehicles in time. Autonomous vehicles, while most companies are excited about the autonomous vehicle technology, I am more excited about the data that the autonomous vehicles will collect. They're going to collect data, as I showed in my presentation, within 150-meter radius about everything else. It will know the pavement condition. It will know the signal visibility. It will know defective signs that need to be replaced. Huge amount of information. And we now have the techniques that should be able to mine this data and make countermeasures and things that we can apply to improve safety also, but considering issues like what Professor Mannering have raised. We can just apply neural networks everywhere and look at an output and say, AI is giving me this. We need to know how to use these systems and which data is applied to.
Thank you so much, Professor Sayed. It seems that we are on the verge, Professor Mannering, when it comes to data accessibility and as a result the quality of analysis that we can conduct to overcome issues. But you also indicated that using data to overcome traditional issues is a problem by itself, and we need to make sure that we are more proactive when dealing with our data and when examining the system on all fronts. What do you mean by that?
I think what I wanted to say is that we are thinking about problems that we thought about when we had incredible data limitations. Now that we have so much more data, we are, instead of using our new methods to extract the same things that we were doing before, we have to think about what these new data enable us to do. And it's not just in general that I wanted to say, we shouldn't apply AI ML to traditional problems. It's just that now that we have these tools, we have to think about things we have not yet imagined, right? There are things that safety problems that we can just not, so for example, we're not thinking about how autonomous vehicles can be used to change the human behavior of vehicles that it interacts with. We're just developing a system that is reactive, not proactive. There are things that we have to start, now that we have all of these tools, we have to start opening our minds to think about things that we haven't thought about before. And I think that's a great promise of the data and the techniques that we have now, is we're still thinking like we thought 10 or 20 years ago, oh, I can do this better now. But you can do things you haven't even imagined. And that's, I think, the exciting thing about this.
I think one of the things that as probably, we'll come back to you. You have a question or what? Sure, we'll come back to that. One of the things that actually was announced as a key reason to develop the national transport strategy in the kingdom was the evolving technologies within the field. And I think ML and AI definitely sits part of this, or maybe the center of that. So I would see a different industry in probably a decade time, if not less. This is at least my view. We'll go back to the questions from the audience, but after the presentation, please. We have one more presentation by Professor Yanis. This time the topic will be more on applications of artificial intelligence and big data and road safety. Please welcome Professor Yanis.
Okay. So, first of all, I would like to for this invitation and congratulate the organizing and the scientific committee for this excellent conference. Today I'm going to to present some work of our Department of Transportation Planning and Engineering at the National Technical University of Athens with their excellence, where with several partners, mainly in Europe, we're going to complement and give the European dimension to what excellently you have already introduced. In fact, today we're going to discuss about big data, artificial intelligence and road safety. This is a track going to touch one by one the couples and then all together with some examples. In fact, of course, we're talking for a major societal problem globally. However, road safety, it is a field with typical high risk of important investments not bringing results. And a fundamental issue, it is absence of monitoring and accountability. And very often we look where the data are and where the problems and solutions are. And there comes the new era of data-driven solutions. Of course, we are working with data and with AI for decades. Now it becomes much more trendy. You know that we have been working with this all together since long. In fact, still now we have smartphones, sensors, connected objects with in all transport modes, and we have power, computing power, data science, artificial intelligence, which were not that easily available before, at least at this scale. As far as the wealth of big data becomes available, we have differentiations per road user category and focus on niche analysis, vulnerable road users, professional drivers, freight vehicles. And we have a multitude of data sources from mobile phones, for onboard diagnostics from the car, camera data, data from car sharing or micromobility. And then, of course, we can benefit for several applications that are coming and being in the market already for a few years: telematics, private agency sensors, travel cards, public authorities and traffic measurement data, weather, digital maps, shared mobility, social media, and also research experiments. However, big data bring also big issues, and the consequences of using data which are not always representative of the whole population. We might have bias towards some users groups, and we have to pay attention. It is easy to wrongly consider a data set as unbiased if it covers a specific dimension in detail, while it can fail in another. So we have to be careful. Desired conclusions very often should not drive the research approach or outcomes. Another issue, long-standing issue. And there is a high risk of decision makers to be misled by the opportunistic analysis of seemingly low-cost data in absence of qualified data scientists and statisticians, which certainly we are missing. The question now is how open are big data? Fragmentation of data and the lack of interoperability between data sets and platforms is a critical issue, and there are different interests behind the data and the different road safety stakeholders, which again it is an obstacle. Data ownership varies by who generates and who collects and who exploits the data, with a lot of legal liability, IP, competition or cost-related issues. And very often, road safety data are ethically or commercially sensitive. The diversity of data sources affects data quality, of course, and also is affected by systems capacity in terms of processing and analyzing. And not to forget, the lack of expertise in machine learning, data mining, and data management, road safety context. Then we introduce the notion of surrogate safety measures when we cannot fully describe the characteristics of a crash, go for surrogate safety measures. And big data is an excellent opportunity for surrogate safety measures in terms of traffic conflicts, harsh driving events, spatial-temporal headways, and several other aspects, because we have data readily available for proactive analysis, and there is less underreporting, sometimes even correcting crash underreporting. And the research on validation of surrogate safety measures is essential to reveal which metrics are correlated with reported crashes, forecast the number of fatalities and or injuries, and to determine how these metrics can integrate crash, particularly fragility, speed, mass, and crash type consequences. So more than before, data must not be misused or misinterpreted. Getting into the AI in driver support, of course, we can have in-cabin support to prevent fatigue and distraction. We can have predictions to personalize the proactive safety measures. We can have monitoring of driver attentiveness, of course, and also AI personalize the AV experience by adapting the human-machine interface based on the driver preferences and patterns. So it is the issue of combining driver behavior with machine behavior. Then in terms of AI in automated driving, we have the issue of depth perception of LiDAR and radar applications, data fusion from environmental data, cameras and all the sensors, object recognition and movement prediction, dynamic decision-making algorithms. So everything vehicle-to-X communication between a vehicle and any other user, infrastructure, object on the road. And machine learning for personalized adaptation in cabin and driving experience. It is a key tool to address AI in automated driving. In terms of artificial intelligence in road safety risk estimation, there are several methods related to AI, certainly starting with contributing to advanced driver assistance systems, ADAS. And apart from incident detection, all other problems addressed are mode specific. So knowledge could be transferred from the safety field of AVs to other modes and vice versa. And pattern recognition has received a lot of attention lately with more and more accuracy. Of course, it remains a challenge to detect and block intentional malicious manipulation, so there is a continuous game and war towards higher reliability. And getting into the triangle of artificial intelligence, big data, and road safety, it is clear that artificial intelligence facilitates the proactive management of traffic safety on various ways. Starting with collection of data, all types of data, through sensors and systems at real time, the identification of high-risk locations proactively, predictive models, multi-parametric of pattern recognition and reaction time. And of course, at the end of the day, we need even more higher complexity algorithms with the so-called explainable AI, adding more transparency and tackling the black box phenomenon. In terms of, I'm going to give an example of AI in telematics and driver monitoring, which is coming from the insurance industry, which is investing heavily in telematics-based algorithms to monitor driver performance. AI and data fusion technologies used in all stages of road safety data collection, transmission, storage, harmonization, analysis, and pattern detection, with personalized feedback, which can be obtained even in real time. I'm going to present two proactive examples, one micro, one macro. The driver-based analysis on distraction from mobile use, and the network-based analysis on harsh brakings. In terms of distraction investigation, we have carried out a European large-scale project with several universities and industries. A smartphone application developed by 07 with 6 feedback phases was the basis for data collection for 87 frequent car drivers using motion sensors, position sensors, and GPS, and a number of metrics recorded used for surrogate safety measures. Explainable XBoost 3 ensemble machine learning algorithms and SHAP values were trained. We had higher total trip distance and number of tickets and feedback leading to decrease of mobile phone use, and higher driver age and experience, annual kilometers, increase mobile phone use, and all in a proactive analysis. Then we have an example of network spatial investigation through telematics data and AI analysis. Driver behavior data and OpenStreetMap geometric data are exploited and map matched. We had harsh braking counts spatially analyzed in an urban road network. We had 869 road segments and 4,000 nodes, thousands of trips, and thousands of harsh braking and accelerations, which led to of machine learning, and after adjustments to quite high accuracy of harsh braking frequencies achieved in a fully proactive analysis, and indicating correlation that segment length and pass counts are positively correlated with harsh brakings, and gradient and neighborhood complexity are negatively correlated with harsh braking. And with the respective risk models, and we can give, for example, on map, already available on our website, the maps which risk on a network based on the geometric characteristics, on the traffic characteristics, and on the behavioral characteristics, which is a breakthrough approach to combine all three parameters in one risk model and on the map. Very useful for the user. Of course, we have to make reference to pending barriers for artificial intelligence. We have issues of interfaceability, interoperability, timelessness, scalability. So there is a lot of work in front of us. Of course, absence of monitoring and accountability limits seriously road safety performance. And to counter this, increase and public trust by monitoring and reporting. And of course, we need the research and innovation efforts on the use of AI in computer vision and risk perception, mainly within the context of road safety. Just to make a reference to a new big European project with 16 industries, 4 universities, 15 industrial PhDs, where we are going years AI for Vision Zero in road safety, getting in all parameters of road road infrastructure and vehicle into AI powerful analysis for a responsible, fair and impactful AI, new ways of supporting road users, new scalable and equitable AI technologies, and sustainable learning, knowledge sharing and networking framework. So stay tuned. In conclusion, multi-criteria exploration and decision analysis to determine the most efficient surrogate safety measures that can be mined or obtained from the big data is the challenge. AI modeling can reveal complex non-linear relationships, such as factor affecting drivers using a mobile and be distracted. Combining high-resolution multi-parametric naturalistic driving geometric and traffic data to conduct meaningful spatial analysis at segment and network level can also be proved highly useful. In terms of road safety practitioners, they can rapidly gain by copying best practice for data sharing and privacy protection from other fields. A lot of problems are solved elsewhere. Completely unexplored directions remain in several road safety aspects, with crowd options, measuring effectiveness, data harmonization, and big data and artificial intelligence can become efficient catalysts for achieving Vision Zero road fatalities by 2050. And my last few recommendations: integrating lessons learned from telematics AI for the advent of connected, cooperative and automated mobility. Monitoring driver behavior can lead us to better monitor machine behavior. Balance carefully between accurate road user recording and compliance with data protection rules for AI implementation. Foster the dialogue between data holders and policymakers for standardization and more openness of data. And invest into training specialized road safety-oriented computer science professionals. And I thank you very much.
Many, many thanks, Professor Yanis. Please join us. And in terms of time, I think we're doing well. We have a few minutes left, so we'll take advantage of that and get probably a couple of questions from the audience. You go first because I promised you. You share a mic. Make sure that we can hear you. It's kind of difficult to hear you from our end.
شكرا دكتور منصور. You can hear me now? It's good?
Yes.
Okay. شكرا دكتور منصور. I will say my question in Arabic than in English. Actually, it was addressed to Dr. Fred at the beginning, but now it will be addressed to everyone. موضوع السيارات ذاتية القيادة أو حتى موضوع الذكاء الاصطناعي عنده مشكلة بالسلامة المرورية أكثر من الأمور الثانية. خليني أوضح. أول شيء جورج معك من إميرس درايفنج أو إميرس موبيليتي بأبو ظبي. منوجه شكرنا للجنة السلامة المرورية وسعودي أرامكو والجامعة والجمعية على الدعوة الكريمة. سؤالي هو الذكاء الاصطناعي إذا بمجال الطب خلص تعلم يعمل شغلة بيعملها، بينما بمجال الطرق في الترولي ديليما. الديليما هيدي انه في السيارة بدها تعمل حادث بدل ما تضرب برجال ومرة ختيارة أو بمرة مع ولد عم نعطيها القرار تضرب مثلا مع الرجال والمرة الختيارة مش المرة اللي مع ولد. بقى بالتالي هون في عملية قرار عم نعطيه لحنا للتكنولوجيا. وهون السؤال، لأنه بالأخير الديتا owned by الشركات، والديتا لو مثلا أنا I own الديتا تبع السيارة ذاتية القيادة، بخليها تحميني، ما بخليها تحمي الأشخاص على الشارع. سو هون المعضلة كيف ال AI بده يحل هيدي المشكلة. I'll speak in English.
No, that's good enough. If
Okay.
you allow me, I'll do the translation and you can correct me if I'm mistaken.
All right, thank you.
Basically, the question, and anyone can answer, is that the AI or the data within car manufacturers for autonomous vehicles is kind of biased. Sometimes, given that it's owned by these companies, it might be interpreted differently, which affects the final outcomes or maybe the final readings of public to such a technology. What is your say on that? Would data be owned? Would you see data owned by the companies, the manufacturers of autonomous vehicles? If yes, then how would we manage the bias? That's basically the question. Dr. Yanis, can take it.
Yes, this is an eternal challenge, even before AI. And we have to find a balance between leaving the market to develop on one hand, but also regulation to so it is a continuous search for balance, and I can tell you that checking the different models in Europe, in the US, all over the world, there is not one model that works. Sometimes, and there is a solution, we learn from each other. So I think that we benefit currently the fact that we have an open society and we can learn from each other to find the best balance in the different regions, in the different countries. But we cannot leave market alone, and also we cannot rely only to country regulation. So there is always a balance to find. And scientists have to contribute on this. It's a very difficult exercise to support policymakers and the industry.
I see. We have a room for another question. Think. Go ahead, please. بشكل سريع الله يخليك ومختصر. عليكم السلام.
دكتور إبراهيم الضبيب رئيس مجلس جمعية أمان الوقاية من الحوادث المرورية. My question goes to Dr. Fred. You see, we know that accidents happen because of many reasons, but one of them is the behavior of the driver. If we ask all or most of the drivers that had an accident, they know about this mistake. They know the violation, although they commit the accident. Yani crossing the traffic light. Everybody knows this is wrong. So do you think that artificial intelligence can help on analyzing this big gap between knowing and implementing the behavior? Thank you, Dr. Fred.
Yeah, I guess, you know, in just sitting up here, I was thinking you could have, and this sort of addresses your question. You could imagine autonomous vehicles serving no trip function whatsoever. They just drive around in traffic, and you know, obviously they could collect data on pavement performance. reflectivity, and so on. But they also could detect driving behaviors that could be potentially corrected, possibly through law enforcement. But you could also imagine that the autonomous vehicles could go in the traffic stream to control tailgating, prevent sort of shock waves going through traffic, because they could be used as an autonomous force to improve the congestion, travel time, everything. And then also, while they're going through the traffic stream, they can obviously collect data on roadside features and other elements that would potentially affect safety. So you could imagine, these autonomous vehicles not really serving a trip function, which is how I think most people envision them now, but to serve a function to train the human drivers to make them better, and safer human drivers.
Thank you so much. Our first session of the 6th Traffic Safety Forum came to an end. I want to thank you all, our guest speakers, Professor Yanis, Professor Asad, and Professor Sayed, and Professor Mannering. Thank you so much, and thanks for the audience for listening.
Thank you.
شكرا رئيس الجلسة، شكرا المتحدثين. اسمحوا لي أن أدعو معالي الأستاذ الدكتور عبد الله الربيش رئيس جامعة الإمام عبد الرحمن بن فيصل ورئيس اللجنة العليا المنظمة للملتقى لتكريم رئيس الجلسة والمتحدثين. رئيس الجلسة دكتور منصور التركي. يا شباب الدروع الدروع الدروع. الأستاذ الدكتور طارق سيد. بروفيسور فريد مانين. بروفيسور جورج يانس. بروفيسور أسعد كتك. صورة جماعية مع معالي الدكتور المتحدثين ورئيس الجلسة. صورة جماعية لو سمحت. نشكر رئيس الجلسة والمتحدثين ونستأذن معالي الأستاذ الدكتور للبقاء على المسرح لتكريم ممن قاموا بتقديم دورات تدريبية ليوم كامل بالذكاء الاصطناعي والبيانات الضخمة. الدكتور رئيس الجلسة تفضل. فقط المعالي. لا المعالي بس نستنى المسرح. تفضل رئيس الجلسة والرئيس. ثانك يو. لا الدكتور. الدكتور عز حسين. الدكتور محمد المناع. الدكتور محمد طلعت حلواني. وأخيراً الدكتور راشد إسماعيل. دكتور راشد. شكرا معالي الدكتور. شكرا for all speakers. Thank you all. ونتوقف لاستراحة قصيرة لمدة 10 دقائق ثم ننتقل إلى المحور الثاني. شكرا لجميع الحضور والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أيوة.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Test mic. Yes, yes, it's good.
ايش في؟ عالي؟ في زنة برضه. بس ارتفاع الصوت كويس.
Test mic. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. بسم الله. Test mic. بسم الله. Test mic. Bismillah. I think it's good right now.
عادي؟ هذا هنا علشان اغلبهم اصلا يقعدون كذا او يشوفون كذا افضل لهم هناك.
Could you close the mic, please?
خلاص خلاص.
بس عشان اول واحد يجي اعطيه خلاص.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نعود إليكم ضمن برنامج الملتقى تحت المحور الثاني، والذي سيكون تحت عنوان المعايير واللوائح الخاصة بالمركبات ذاتية القيادة. اسمحوا لي أن أدعو رئيس الجلسة مع مهندس عصام الملا أمين الأحساء، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Okay.
طيب، بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. ما ادري الصوت تعدل ولا الامور واضحه؟ طيب، مساكم الله بالخير جميعا وسعيدين بتواجد الجميع، وباذن الله طبعا احنا المفروض عندنا نص على كل بريزنتر، لكن احنا بنحاول يعني البرزنتيشن تكون ليميتد ونخلي الاسئله باذن الله في اخر الجلسه. طيب، في البدايه طبعا احنا بنعرف كل يعني ديليجيتس موجود عندنا وكل برزنتر موجود عندنا، ويبتدي باذن الله البرزنتيشن وناخذ الاسئله باذن الله في الاخير. ف يعني let me talk in English. So I think the translation's there already. Is that okay? طيب, we will start with Dr. Bilal Jamousi. The topic will be international standards enabling intelligent transport system and road safety. Dr. Bilal Jamousi is the Deputy to the Director of Chief of Telecommunications Standardization Policy Department at the ITU Standardization Bureau in Geneva, Switzerland. Distinguished engineer, leader and diplomat, standardization expert and holder of 23 patents. Previously, he was the chief of study groups departments of ITU Standardization Bureau from 2010 until August 31, 2023. He has led the coordination of the Bureau's standards moving activities into a new era characterized by digital transformation that needs an increased collaboration with vertical sectors such as healthcare, transportations, and utility. So, if you please, Dr. Bilal, you can start your presentation.
شكرا جزيلا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني اليوم أن أكون بينكم حتى نقدم بعض التوضيحات على دور الاتصالات في السيارة المتصلة. كل ما سمعناه الصبح بالنسبة للبيانات يجب أن هذه البيانات يعني تمر عبر شبكات الاتصال، والاتحاد الدولي للاتصالات اللي هو المنظمة الأممية المختصة في مجال تكنولوجيات الاتصالات والمعلومات هي التي تقوم بتحضير المعايير الدولية حتى نمكن السيارات من الاتصالات. اسمحوا لي الآن للتقديم باللغة الإنجليزية. فأول شيء بالنسبة للاتحاد الدولي للاتصالات the ITU is the international organization that is composed of member states, private sector, and academia. In the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's the CST, Communication and Space and Technology Regulator, that is participating on behalf of the Kingdom in the ITU. Dr. Muhammad Tamimi al-Muhafiz is the head of this organization in Riyadh. So all of the work that we do on standardization comes from our members, the member states, the private sector, and the academic institutions that work in working groups to develop these international standards based on the needs and the technology that is available at any given time. The ITU has three sectors: the radio communication sector, and as we speak, the World Radio Conference is taking place in Dubai. That's where all the frequencies and satellite orbits management internationally takes place. It's a 4-year conference that ends with a treaty that is signed by all the member states to respect the various frequencies and satellite orbits that are needed for communications. We also have the ITUD, which is the development sector, working with countries to enhance their development agenda. And the third sector is the standardization sector. That's where I work as the deputy director to develop international standards. The ITU was established in 1865. So it is the oldest international agency or organization in the world. It was initially established to be the International Telegraph Union. And then as the technologies evolved, the ITU agenda evolved with it. Our strategic plan is two things: to connect the world and to enable sustainable digital transformation. And today we are seeing this digital transformation taking place in all sectors, including the transportation sector, where there is a merger, a convergence of the information and communication technologies and the automotive sector. And this is what is enabling us to have the data that we heard about this morning, to use artificial intelligence, to use machine learning in the transportation sector for road safety, thanks to this convergence of the digital sector with the automotive sector. Any given day, the ITU publishes one standard, about 300 standards per year. The nice thing about our standards is they are publicly available for load. And as we go through the presentation, I'll share with you all the recommendations, the international standards that you can use to regulate the field, that you can use in the teaching, the academia, because these are the foundational international standards that enable all of this communication for vehicles. So let me start with smart mobility. There is a socio-economic aspect. So smart mobility allows us to enhance road safety, improve the overall road traffic, enable an environmentally friendly transport, and as we speak, in Dubai, there is also the COP28, looking at the environmental changes and how we can combat them. Enhance accessibility to basic services while on the road, and enhance the comfort while on the road. The technical aspects of smart mobility is the incorporation of technologies and applications to achieve smart mobility, to exploit the potential of artificial intelligence for transport systems. Standardization is key to achieve the interoperabilities of these technologies. When you connect different cars from different manufacturers to the network, the only way we can do this is by using international standards to make sure all the systems interoperate. The same way that we're using our smartphones today. The reason we're able to communicate with any brand of a phone is that there are international standards working behind the scenes that allow our phones to interoperate with the base stations, with the network operator. So the foundation for all the communication is the international standard that allow this interoperability. So let's look at the conversions I mentioned earlier. The ITU traditionally was for telecommunications. Over time, because of the digital transformation, we started seeing new members join the ITU. So many of the car manufacturers became members of the ITU because of the connected car, because they need the standards and the interoperability of the communication between the car and the base station, between the car and the road infrastructure, vehicle-to-vehicle communication. All of these require frequencies as well as protocols and standards to enable it. These are some of the examples of companies that normally are in the transport sector, but they joined ITU because of various standards that they have been developing. Hyundai, for example, joined the ITU because of the secure over-the-air software update. You know, when you have a connected car and you have a lot of software within the car, the manufacturer needs to make updates on a regular basis to the software. If there is a bug, like we have our PCs, they do software updates by Microsoft once in a while to update the software, ensure that the security is still there. The same thing happens in the car. If there is a problem with the software, there is an over-the-air software update. There are updates to the maps. So we have a standard that secures that over-the-air software update. Volkswagen joined ITU because of the intelligibility of voice during an emergency call from the vehicle. And again, you see the interplay between communications and the automotive sector. Tata in India joined ITU because of the global SIM. You know, when you buy a new car, you have at least 2 SIM cards, the same SIM cards we have in our smartphone. Those SIM cards allow the car to communicate with the 4G, 5G network. Some is for the vehicle management, and some is used for emergency calls and also for infotainment, entertainment. So Tata is using one of the numbers from ITU that is called the global SIM, because the ITU is the organization that manages the country code. Like Saudi Arabia, 966 is attributed by the ITU to Saudi Arabia, and then the regulator, CST, attributes the range of phone numbers to every individual in the kingdom, so that we can identify the caller uniquely. In the same way, these SIM cards are now used to identify the vehicle uniquely. So the car becomes part of the Internet of Things. It is a moving data object in the network. This website summarizes many of the standards that I will be talking about. So let's start first with the standards that support mobility. There are a number of standards from the radio sector for frequencies and satellite orbits, and a number of standards that are from the ITUT sector. For example, CITS, the collaboration on ITS, is chaired by Mr. Russ Shields, who will be speaking momentarily. We have work on AI for road safety, and earlier you heard the message from Jean Tad, who is the UN Special Envoy for Road Safety. We work with him on those data elements that we need to capture in order for AI to work on road safety. The Future Network Car Symposium is a yearly event that the ITU organizes with UNECE, and my colleague Walter Nistler is here with us from UNECE, and he will tell you more about the regulatory aspects of vehicles. And then overall, the role of smart mobility in the Sustainable Development Goals. So first, we heard this morning about LiDARs, radars, and various communication schemes that use radio frequencies. These frequencies are managed by the ITU and reserved for intelligent transportation systems. Also the communication with 5G networks, with Wi-Fi networks, the use of GPS for location positioning systems, and of course the car and radio and other channels. And these are some of the standards. Unfortunately, it's not very readable on the screen, but these slides will be made available by the organizers. We're happy to share them with you. Intelligent transportation security. I mentioned earlier the over-the-air software update for securing the communication. This is the ITU standard X.1373. You can download it from the internet, and it describes the protocol for over-the-air software updates. We also work with UNECE on a UN task force on cybersecurity and OTA issues to ensure the cybersecurity for connected cars. And this is the list of recommendations or standards that you can also download and use as a reference. You can use it as part of the national standards. You can use it in regulating the secure connected vehicles in the kingdom. The second set of standards deals with the speech intelligibility within the car. So in Europe, Europe adopted the e-call, emergency call, as a regulation. So every new car that is sold must provide the user with an emergency call capability. And it could happen automatically if the car is in crash. Even the driver and the passengers are not able to make the call, the vehicle initiates an emergency call to the emergency system to call for help. And the standard that was defined in the ITU provides for the intelligibility of the calls, if necessary, within the vehicle, if the user is speaking. And then UNECE adopted this standard in the UN regulation. So globally, this is referred to as one of the regulatory standards, and I think Walter will explain it a bit more later on. So this is the emergency call system that can provide the GPS location of the vehicle so that the emergency response can come in real time and help the passengers and the driver. And again, the list of standards that we have available on our website, these are free, open for download by any interested party. The next is what we heard today. There is a lot about discussion around AI, machine learning, and the data that is generated by autonomous vehicles. I like to call them more assisted driving vehicle or automated driving, because autonomous driving is not there yet. Many, many more years, and I think Russ will explain some of the difficulties in achieving full autonomy. Automated cars are a great source of data. They generate lots of data, and all of the companies who produce autonomous driving vehicles are harvesting that data to train their AI algorithms better. And in our study group 20, we use this in combination with smart sustainable cities so that the data we collect from the cars can be used in managing the city. So the mayors of the cities can take better advantage of this data in reducing the traffic time, identifying parking spots, identifying spots that are recurring accidents take place, so that the real-time management that Professor Sayed was talking about this morning becomes possible. And this is again a list of standards that we are making available on the ITU website. I mentioned earlier the global SIM. This is the way to identify our SIM cards, but it's also a way to identify any Internet of Things object that is connected to the cellular network. Vehicles, as I mentioned, come with at least 2 SIM cards today, and that's one of the international numbering resources that is managed by the ITU, sometimes directly with the countries, but more often now for the Internet of Things applications directly to the companies who are providing the solution. Then we have another study group that is focused on multimedia communication. And we had a focus group on vehicular multimedia, because today the car is the 4th screen. We have our television at home, we have the laptop, the smartphone. These are 3 screens. And the 4th screen that we use most often is the screen in the new cars. And so through that screen, there is a lot of multimedia applications and interaction between the user, the passenger, and the rest of the network. We had this focus group work on vehicular multimedia and infotainment, especially for the passengers. And this focus group developed a number of international standards that are now available for download on the architecture and the use cases of vehicular multimedia systems. Now we get to AI for autonomous and assisted driving. We had a focus group with many experts from around the world working on autonomous vehicles, working in regulation, in data management, in telecommunications. And they looked at how to benchmark the AI driver compared to a human driver. And Walter will probably talk more about the human driver. The driver's license is regulated. What you expect from a good driver, that they will never engage in careless, dangerous, reckless driving behavior. All remains aware, AI remains aware, willing, and able to avoid collision. AI meets and exceeds the performance of a competent human driver. These are the benchmarks that this focus groups used to qualify the various AI algorithms being used in autonomous driving. So it's comparing the best human behavior to what an AI driver would do. I think there was a question earlier from the colleague from Emirates about the ethical dilemma with driving. There is the Molly problem of the young girl crossing the street. There are many ethical dilemma in designing the algorithm that does autonomous driving on what decision to make if there is a crash situation in front of you. Do you favor yourself? Do you favor different passengers or pedestrians, road users on the road? And then again, the list of standards that were developed by Study Group 16. Now, how do we tie all of these together? Security, quality of service, data, autonomous driving. To do that, Mr. Russ Shields has been very kind to donate his time over many years to ITU to really bring all the international standards organizations together to work on providing a puzzle, because every organization is working on a piece of the puzzle, so how can we put it together into something that makes sense? So we have the ITU, ISO, International Standards Organization, the IEEE, SAE International, ETSI, UNECE, another UN sister agency, TTC from Japan. All of these organizations are collaborating on ensuring all the pieces of standards fit together so that we can have intelligent transportation systems, we can have road safety in an international, interoperable way. There is a new expert group on communication technology for automated driving under the CITS. I think Ross may say more about it, but this is the latest describing a very difficult problem of merging for autonomous driving. I think, Ross, I won't steal more of your thunder. I'll let you describe this for the audience later on. And then I mentioned the AI for road safety. This is a UN initiative that we are doing with the UN Special Envoy, Jean Todt, who used to lead the Ferrari. He was a driver of Ferrari. He was also CEO of Ferrari before. And he led many initiatives on behalf of the UN Secretary General around the world to increase awareness about road safety and how we can do it. So we partnered with Jean Todt to ensure that we collect those basic data around an accident. The road safety data, the vehicle, the driver, and how quickly the emergency response comes. And you would be surprised how much of this data is not collected, especially in medium and low-income countries. So this initiative is really working with those countries to ensure that all of the crash data is collected, because without that data, we cannot train the algorithms in AI and machine learning. We need this data in order to have that real-time adaptation as described this morning by Professor Said. In order to keep the community aware of the latest technologies, every year we organize in Geneva the Fully Networked Car Symposium. We organize it in collaboration with UNECE to invite experts from the automotive sector and from the digital sector to convene on the latest technologies for road safety, for intelligent transportation systems. In the last couple of years, International Geneva Motor Show did not take place because of COVID, but this year Qatar was very kind to invite us to have our FNC in Doha just last month, side by side with the Geneva International Motor Show that was moved to Doha. So I encourage you to also follow this program and maybe participate, because all of the latest technologies around fully networked car are addressed from both technology and regulation. This is again the Doha one, but now we're planning the 2024 edition. So it will be March 11 to 14. It will be fully virtual, so anyone can participate from anywhere in the world. And we'll focus on the latest technologies for future network cars. All of these tie under the UN Sustainable Development Goals. By having safer roads, we can address the SDG 11 and SDG 3. And all the countries around the world are now collecting data on how they are meeting or exceeding the Sustainable Development Goals. With that, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention. Shukran.
Shukran, Dr. Bilal. And now we will have our second presenter, Mr. Ross Shields. Ross Shields is a software leader with over 35 years in the automotive industry. Mr. Shields is recognized as a leader in Intelligent Transportation System, ITS, and a leading participant in the development of worldwide regulations for connected and automated system in vehicles. Mr. Shields was President and CEO of RoadDB, which offers a full in-vehicle software solution for road database and localization to be used in automated driving. Also, Mr. Shields was a founding officer and director of ITS America. He was a founder of ITS Worldwide Congress and is a member of its board of directors. And also Mr. Shields now shares of ITU's collaboration on ITS communication standards and ITU representative to the UNECE World Forum for Harmonization of Vehicle Regulations. So if you please, Mr. Ross Shields.
Not working, I try this one.
Yeah, you have to switch on.
Okay, we'll go without the, and I can get back. All right, very nice introduction. Said way too many things about me, but let me make a few. I'm a software engineer by background, different from a lot you hear from universities and other things today. I'm a guy who has built and sold businesses. Overall, created 11 businesses, startups that we've sold at various times. The most recent one, as mentioned, was sold to Qualcomm, company that we built up over 8 years, doing the AI and road data for automated vehicles. But I'm here with my UN colleagues because I really, in building businesses, as we went on and learned, that we need particularly strong help in building these capabilities around the world in both communications and automotive regulations, and I fit in the middle. I started first very large database we created in 1971, did the first pre-mobile before cellular communication starting in 1979, merged those two together at the start of ITS in 1985, and we've built these things as we've gone. So what I will tell you, Saudi Arabia, the interested in building these things up, should strongly look at participating more in both the ITU activities where you are a member, but also, as you'll hear next, about WP29, that as you're looking towards the automotive industry, you ought to become a member as well. Okay, so I'm going to talk about consumer vehicles. And I want to be very clear that I, at least, my personal opinion from experience, is that we will have extensive automated driving in the normal vehicles that people buy. But I distinguish those very strongly from a lot of these things you read about of robo-taxis, specialized vehicles, other things. We know how to do automated driving where there is somebody in the driver's seat, somebody who can take over in unusual situations. That has already started to be rolled out. The first cars, production cars that people can buy, Honda in Tokyo Limited, in what we call the operational design domain, but they are on sale. Mercedes is selling a limited high-end car with automated driving in Germany. Will start being sold in the U.S. About now. These are coming, and they will evolve over time. These will happen. You read a lot about, and more publicity about these robo-taxis and other things. People are spending a lot of money on it. I'll wait and see, but I know we will have it in consumer vehicles. So let me start. They go back in history, and as I said, I've been ITS for a very long time. Really, the first electronic technology that was put in cars was the electronic braking, where it allowed, in the mid-'80s it started coming out, that it would really control and improve your braking. And as those started getting sold, insurance companies, because they were definitely safer, started reducing the insurance premiums. And then as they got into the early 1990s, they found that they were losing money because, in fact, the accident rate didn't go down. Big problem. What do? We've done this with technology. Well, somebody, not me, but somebody I know, very smart, did a study in Los Angeles and found that between 1985 and 1995, the average speed on Los Angeles expressways in the rain went up more than 10 miles an hour. So, no safety benefit, but a human person benefit. Okay, that's a lot of what we're doing. Unfortunate, we keep trying these technologies. We don't get them to save lives yet. Now, automated driving for passenger cars, for the people who drive the cars, will probably be a safety benefit. But that's not why people are going to buy them. People are going to buy them because it helps in their driving. Typical case in the U.S., person, middle-class person, factory worker, office worker, will drive 30 minutes to an hour, mostly on expressways, and it's not very pleasant. Okay, well, in the automated driving, once he has his new, whatever, a truck, an SUV or car, he can get on at least the expressway to start within 10 years, maybe less, and it will go take over, and he can do whatever he wants to. And when it finally gets down to the local roads, maybe he has to drive the last 2 or 3 miles in the middle-class car. But he's got that time. Now, what does he do? Well, he plays with Facebook, maybe even shaves and brushes his teeth in the morning because he doesn't do that. He's got time and what have you. And then he gets an idea. Hey, I can move another 20 miles out and I get a cheaper house that's bigger, my wife's happy, everything, and I get in my car and I can do what I was going to do at home anyway. So it's a big, so these kinds of things is what drive people. Okay, so that's the big picture. And that is going to happen. And if you look at it, we will save lives sometime. We will make people have a more productive life, probably faster, and who knows where it goes 20 years from now. But I can tell you, 10 years from now, you're going to have those kinds of activities. So as we move these things forward, they do start in the high-end cars. Okay, they move down. And interestingly, the time frame for electronics moving down has gotten shorter. And we move from the high-end $100,000 cars in the U.S. down to the middle range $40,000, $50,000 cars within about 5 to 7 years now. It used to be well more than 10. That will probably continue as we find that the core technologies is driven, once you've got the basic capabilities in, is driven by software. And software is a great big expense to create it, but its marginal cost is very low. So I believe you're going to see these things coming faster to the mid-market range vehicles, and that is going to change, again, this evolution. Now, I know how passenger cars will work. I'm not convinced of trucks. Buses, big vehicles. And Bill L. mentioned, and I'll cover a little later, but it's a very difficult problem we have in the U.S., in large parts of Europe. I don't know your traffic here, but it looked like it wasn't so great sometimes. We can do a lot of the automated is from the sensors. But one thing we can't do from the sensors is merge into a crowded road. We do that as drivers. We look over, we kind of creep, we're really communicating. And until we get that communications to work, we're not going to be able to do the automated driving across the whole range of things. So we're starting to work on that. Now I understand probably how we can do that for regular vehicles. I got to communicate, I got to find, here's a car that's going to let me in. I've got to, then we get closer and closer, we're communicating. Okay, he backs off and gives me about 5-6 meters, I can slip the car in. That I understand how it works. I don't understand how we're going to do something that would say we're going to give you 30 meters to be able to get the big bus or truck in without other cars cutting in. So that's not a technical problem, it's a personal problem. So I know what we can do. I'm not sure what other things can do. So like I say, I started software. Many of you have heard about bugs in software. Well, when I started, the bug was the moth fried in the vacuum tube. That's really how we got that term of bugs. Okay, what's happened inevitably is that the processors get better. Much better, much better. This thing's happened, we do the software, that's what we're on. We're in another aim, you all know fancy things for artificial driving, artificial intelligence, do our analysis. It's getting into the cars, it's still a little slower. It's getting there, and those processors are going to allow all of this to happen. And we will do these things very strongly, step by step. It's going to get cheaper. It's going to be substantial. It's, like I say, we talk about ODD. You'll hear that a lot in the automated driving space. I know we'll get there. I know it's really going to make a difference. And we've been behind in regulations, but we also don't know how to do the regulations. And I can tell you, most of you have heard about at least some of these advanced systems. Tesla Autopilot, which is our full self-driving, that doesn't do self-driving. It's great marketing, but it's not. But they are advanced systems, and we've generally called advanced driver assistance systems, ADAS. That covers all kinds of things. You cruise control, stop and go, things like that. We've named that sort of almost automated driving, but not, DCAS, driver control assistance systems. And you'll hear that name coming up. The regulations for the DCAS systems are still in process. We're getting close to the first one. It's probably going to be another 18 months before we get the final parts. But these are coming, and that will come. And my guess is that by 2030, even relatively low-end cars will have the full DCAS systems. Now, the difference between DCAS and automated driving is only software. It's no additional hardware. It's only going to be software. And that's where I think it will evolve step by step to get there. We're going to move through the vehicle-to-vehicle communications. One of the problems with our current vehicle-to-vehicle communications is that it doesn't work in a way that is actually useful. The problem is not the communications. The problem is, where is the vehicle? Well, the localization that we've got in vehicles, right now, a good day, it's maybe 4 or 5 meters, because we have to use GNSS, GPS, or what have you, unless it's jammed because you're too close to Israel or Ukraine or what have you. But at best, it's going to be 4 or 5 meters. Well, sending a warning message to a driver that says, well, there's something, another vehicle that's maybe 5 meters of you, you're going to get pretty irritated on that. It just doesn't work. But as we're evolving that, we're going to work in the UN effort, the expert group for automated driving that Bill L. said, to figure out new spectrum, new technologies to work that better, and then we make it as a sensor input to the automated systems. So we tell the sensor that, hey, there's a person over here. Watch for him. Or here's a bicycle that's coming up. Make sure you find it. So it's telling them not specifically of trying to avoid the crash or warn a person. It's warning the automated system, even simple automated emergency braking, that, hey, you need to make sure that you don't hit this person. And that will be another step on starting the safety. But maybe we need another 7 or 8 years before we have all those pieces together. They will come. We will get to V2V. It's going to be really part of these pieces as we go together. So if we go towards 2035, then it's a guess. I got a pretty good idea how we're going to get 20 to 2030, 2031, 2032. We get these things in. By 2035, we should have automated driving, all of its value for new vehicles in almost every car that's sold. Like I say, I don't know about trucks. I don't know about special shuttles and robo-taxis and other things, but the vehicles. Now, unfortunately, most countries can't get rid of the old vehicles, so you have another phase in. But I feel really sure that that's going to happen. And that's where we're going, step by step. And it's driven, and I want to emphasize one thing. We're not going to put automated AI-type things in the automated vehicle itself. We're using the AI, deep learning, and other things to create the software to go into the vehicle. So we have run massive processors. We run these things. The guys who've been working for me spent years on it to go find out answers. We create the software. We freeze it. We test it. It gets validated. And then it goes in the machine. Because we can't have a car thinking it's learning. We've tested it. Now it thinks it's got some new idea, and it's going to change it, and the old stuff won't work. So we're using AI in the automotive world for creating the algorithm, creating the software. Then we freeze it. Then we test it. And then if we need to make a correction, we're building update over the air. Now we can go get a new version, test it, get it approved by the regulators and send the update out. That's how it's going to work. So that's it. Thank you. What?
Thank you, Mr. Shields. And I know it's a sleepy time, okay, so yani will not take a lot. I don't know if you have any medicine, doctor, professor, for them, okay? Yeah, caffeine or something, coffee. Anyway, we'll try to finish earlier a little bit. So our next presenter will be Mr. Walter Nissler. Mr. Walter Nissler is the Chief of Vehicle Regulation, Road Traffic Safety and Transport Innovation Section at United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, with the responsibility of UN vehicle regulations, road traffic rules, and ITS. Prior to joining United Nations, Mr. Nissler worked in road safety and vehicle technology at several organizations, including the European Commission, Austrian Ministry of Transport, and Austrian Officer for Vehicle Testing. Mr. Nissler holds a university engineer degree in vehicle technology from Vienna Technical University. Our topic will be global regulatory framework for safe and secure vehicles, importance for road safety. So if you please, Mr. Walter.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished participants, it's again close.
Let's see. Yeah, we have still to remember we have 1.36 million people killed every year on the world roads and more than 50 million people severely injured. We have new technology, but we have also to guarantee that this new technology is not impacting negatively road safety. We also have to look what tools we should use not to hinder technological development, and also we have to consider why do we need global regulatory framework. I will start with the introduction and want to introduce to you the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, UNECE, which is a United Nations agency. It's part of the UN Secretariat, and it's one of the 5 economic commissions of the United Nations established under UN ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Council. We have the Security Council, Economic and Social Council, and we have the General Assembly and the International Court of Justice. The parts of the UN system. UNECE is the host of the UN Inland Transport Committee, which has received a mandate to act as a global platform for all matters of inland transport. So we have now a situation we are comparable with IMO, the International Maritime Organization, or ICAO, the International Civil. Transport Committee of the...
Can we change the mic, please?
Yeah, is this... Does this micro
Yes. Work? Yes, then I switch off this one.
Good. So the Inland Transport Committee is custodian of 60 legal instruments that are conventions, agreements, all related to inland transport. And we have 182 countries globally that are contracting party to one or the other of these legal instruments. Looking on UN and road safety, a lot of elements have already been pointed on. We have until 2020 the first decade of road safety, where unfortunately we did not meet the target to reduce the number of killed people on our road. This led the General Assembly to conclude on a second decade for road safety, 2021 to 2030, where we have also established a global plan of action that guides all the countries, all the stakeholders, everybody in how to reach the goal of reducing the number of road fatalities as well as of injured vehicles by at least 50% until 2030. And as you can see, this global plan gives really hands-on information, what to do, how to do it, and who should do it. We also have elements supporting from the UN side, the work on road safety already mentioned, and at the beginning we saw him during his statement, the UN Secretary General Special Envoy on road safety, Mr. Jean Todt. And we also have the UN Road Safety Trust Fund. Both the secretaries of the Trust Fund as well as of the Special Envoy are hosted at UNECE. Now let me switch to this famous WP29, several times already mentioned today. It is the World Forum for Harmonization of Vehicle Regulations. This is the worldwide unique body for regulatory activities for the automotive sector, and it administers 3 UN agreements, 2 of them dealing with new vehicles and 1 with vehicles in use. Very brief, the work of the World Forum is clustered into 6 areas, starting from passive safety, general safety, emissions, then on light and light installation, as well as on noise and tires. And very important, and this is a very, for the UN, recent development, was the establishment of the cluster of automated, autonomous, and connected vehicles. On the map, you can see countries that are contracting parties to this, one of these or more of these 3 agreements. We have an increased number of contracting parties now on the African continent, also in Asia, specifically East Asia. However, Western Asia, the Arabic world, is still not there on the map as contracting party. So I plead to you, consider becoming a member of the big family of the World Forum for Harmonization of Vehicle Regulations. These 6 clusters are also represented in 6 working parties under the World Forum, and where the experts of the governments meet and discuss all the different proposals for new regulatory activities. But if there is new technology arriving, new elements, new tasks, we have some expert groups, and there we have under these 6 working parties currently 40, we call it informal working groups, that are dealing with specific projects for regulatory work. Within these groups and informal working groups, we have a global community of 4,000 experts that work on the development of our regulatory framework. If you look now on this international regulatory framework, we have under the 1958 agreement, which deals with the approval of new vehicle types, currently 170 UN regulations in place covering all the different elements, parts, systems, components of a vehicle, which are also supported by 4 resolutions. Then we have the 1998 agreement on global technical regulations. This is designed for providing assistance to those countries that run a regime of self-certification as we see it in the northern part of America. There we have 24 UN global technical regulations supported by 2 special resolutions. These 2 agreements are also considered as parallel agreements because the technical requirements of the corresponding UN regulation or UN GTR are close to identical, while the UN regulations have additional administrative elements. These 2 agreements are also supported by 4 mutual resolutions which apply to both of these agreements. Very brief, we have also the 1997 agreement on periodic technical inspection of vehicles in use, which provides that the vehicles during their lifetime, when they are used on public roads, are kept in an acceptable safety and environmental friendly condition. Now, this framework provides for the industry a level playing field. It provides for the distribution of safe and secure vehicles. It provides for vehicles that are operating in an environmental protected condition, and it also presents globally harmonized requirements, which is very important for industry because every new variant for a different country would need to have adaptations to the vehicle production, which ends up in costs for the consumers that buy these vehicles. Now, let me use a very historical element, the cross-versiousness of vehicles, to explain the impact of existing regulations. These 2 images on the crash test show a vehicle which is of the same type, the same model, which is sold for the same brut price, but which has obviously different safety performance depending to the country where it is sold. I think it is clear that the lower vehicle on the lower image is much safer than the upper one, even if the vehicle from the outside are looking identical. There is different elements of safety which are put in place by the manufacturer depending on the regulations the country requires to be complied with. The vehicle in the upper crash image compared to the other one has no airbags, lower quality material is used. From the structure of the vehicle, even the number of welding points are reduced because every welding point is creating a cost, and even if it is only 2 cents for the welding cost. But if you have, instead of, for one part, 1,000 welding points, and you only do 500, you already save a lot of money. But you sell this vehicle with the low quality and even with missing structure components for the same price. This only helps to increase the revenue of the manufacturer and not the safety, because they are more safe and cause more severe injuries or fatalities in case of road crashes. This is something that we can see, because after a crash test we see this. Don't ask me how we will check this. We have components of artificial intelligence, machine learning. If this is not regulated, maybe every vehicle has a different development. And if the vehicle learns that it's most important is to be as fast as possible from A to B, it will show a different performance on the road. If another vehicle that looks the same is in the same this road, which is driving with the aim to protect and to keep road safety. And the whole road safety system, the road system, transport system, also relies on predictable driving of the different cars on the road. So, therefore, and this I'm convinced of it, we need to have some regulatory framework even for these new technologies that are extremely flexible, and as flexible they get, the more concerns could come up. Just very brief on our current existing regulatory framework for, and I call it here, intelligent vehicles, because they are not really automated vehicles or autonomous. We have a lot of specific individual systems for driver assistance that are covered in our regulatory framework. And we have a first regulation on level 3 application for vehicle automation, which is of course very much limited in its use case on expressways with separated lanes. The speed has been, initially it was set at 60 kilometers per hour, so it was rather traffic jam assistant. Now the speed was increased to 130 kilometers per hour, and it includes also functionalities for lane keeping and lane changing. It allows the driver to engage in other activities than driving. That means the audiovisual system can now be used during driving, not only when parking. And, but the driver is going to be monitored on the readiness to take over on request. There is a very clear defined protocol how this takeover request should be done, and it depends on the manufacturer, but it's roughly around 10-12 seconds. The driver has time to take over. So if you're really engaged in other activity, if you are typing your message in the smartphone, and then you have to capture the traffic situation and take over and manually steer, 12 seconds is rather a challenge. And if the driver would not react, then the vehicle should do what we call a minimum risk maneuver and bring the vehicle to a controlled stop on the hard shoulder without endangering any other participant on the road. Now let's look on automated driving systems, and there we have some principal requirements for automated vehicles. The fundamental principle is that an automated driving system operation shall not cause any traffic accidents resulting in property damage, injury, or death that are reasonably foreseeable and preventable. This is a very broad sentence, but a huge challenge for the manufacturers to comply with this requirement. There are specific common principles. They are laid down in our document on guidance for establishment of regulations for automated vehicles. We also have elaborated with a specific expert group guidelines for regulatory requirements and verifiable criteria for automated driving systems safety validation, which we call the list of functional requirements. Several dozens of requirements are there listed, and in parallel also verification and assessment methods for each of this functionality were elaborated. Now on the current agenda is of course artificial intelligence, automated and autonomous systems for level 3 and higher, continuous amendment of regulations for vehicle automation following technical progress. It is a learning curve, and we all are learning every day new, and this has to be reflected, of course, in the regulatory work. Important is to also update our regulations on cybersecurity and software updates. As Russ already mentioned, we are working on a legal act on advanced driver systems, this DCAS regulation, hopefully to be ready, and I have to challenge him a little bit, in 15 to 18 months, and also on vehicle-to-vehicle communication. The work on automated driving systems, we have recently, just 2 weeks ago, concluded on the way and the process how we will work on this. The Working Party on Automated, Autonomous and Connected Vehicles, GRVA, this is the French acronym, will be supported by an informal working group on automated driving systems, which will build upon these functional requirements and the assessment and validation methods requirements to start creating the skeleton and the core elements of this new regulation on automatic driving systems. And we will have on a regular basis workshops where additional specificalities for the different systems, being it under the 1958 agreement for UN regulations or for global technical regulations, will be prepared. Also important element is data storage systems for automated driving. The main purpose is to have information who was driving. Was it the system or the driver? And this is something that we are working on, and hopefully by mid next year we should have clarity on the performance elements for such systems for automated driving vehicle. Very brief on artificial intelligence, and this is just one slide. As already mentioned, we will use in the automotive sector artificial intelligence to train the AI agent. When we reach a certain level of training, then we will freeze the software, we will run the test and validation, and then we deploy this approved software to the vehicles in production. And to sum up, existence and application of international regulatory framework is key for road safety. It provides the level playing field for automotive industry. It protects from substandard vehicles. Our regulatory activities on automated driving systems are continuously developing. Others we see as the bridging technology, because the technology hardware is the same, it's just a question on the enhanced software. We will have there this new regulation on DCAS, and cybersecurity and software updates are to be also further development. Connectivity of vehicles and AI, there we are in the preparatory phase, but it's needed for having finalized the work on automated driving system. And this, where we have a global agreement with the main key players from Asia, America, and Europe. With this, thank you for your attention, and have a look on our website. We have a lot of publications to study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nisler. Thanks a lot. And now we will come to the last speaker, Professor Dr. Saud At-Turki. And the topic will be AI and its application to reduce mortality in the trauma system. Professor Saud is a consultant of vascular surgery. He is the Chief Executive Officer of Academy of Sciences and Chairman of National Office ATLS Trauma Program. So you are most welcome.
بسم الله. السلام عليكم. صوت واضح؟
واضح.
قطع. اوكي. معالي وشكر خاص للجنة المنظمة للدعوة. طيب. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم. شكرا معالي الأمين، شكرا للجنة المنظمة لهذه الدعوة وإتاحة الفرصة. في البداية بس أحب أعتذر لجميع النصراوية لأني فقدت صوتي بعد فوز الهلال 3-0 يوم الجمعة الماضي، فاعتذار خاص يعني.
اللي صفقوا كلهم هلاليين أكيد يعني.
راح أتكلم على باختصار عشان أنا عارف محاضرتي كانت تكون بعد الظهر، فحاولت أخليها بشكل بسيط يسهل هضمه. وراح أتكلم على الذكاء الاصطناعي واستخداماته بشكل بسيط. راح أتكلم على بعض تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي في الإصابات، وبعدين تجربة بعض الدول في هذا المجال، وبعد كذا راح أتكلم بشكل مختصر عن نظام الإصابات اللي احنا قاعدين بدأنا في تطبيقه في السعودية ودور الذكاء الاصطناعي في نظام الإصابات. الذكاء الاصطناعي هو علم الحاسوب، كل حنا الآن قاعدين نسمع عنه كثير، ولو قلنا أنه ممكن حتى يصل إلى درجة الإحساس، يعني مو بمفهوم البشري لكنه شيء يعني جميل ومقلق في نفس الوقت. القدرة على حل المسائل المعقدة، اتخاذ القرارات المناسبة، وبعدين اتخاذ القرار والأخطر منه تنفيذه. الأخ من أبو ظبي لما تكلم اليوم بعد الظهر عن بعض المشاكل في الذكاء الاصطناعي، هذا أحد الأمثلة على هذا الموضوع.
Please, Doctor, do we have a translation, please, for our colleagues?
طبعا ينقسم إلى قسمين الذكاء الاصطناعي بشكل عام، طبعا بشكل مختصر. يهمنا الجنرال اي اي اللي هو تطبيقه في مهام، نحاول عن طريق حاجه زي النيورون، زي السيالات العصبيه في الدماغ حتى نصل الى قريب من الذكاء البشري. المشكله ان معظم اللي يشتغلون في الذكاء الاصطناعي كانوا يتوقعون ان احنا بعد 10 سنوات سنصل الى مثلا خطوه معينه، نكتشف ان احنا بعد 2 وصلنا لها. فالتطور بشكل مذهل ويمكن حتى لحظي يعني. طبعا زي ما ذكرت الأخ من أبو ظبي يتكلم على خطورة الذكاء الاصطناعي، وهذه يعني كلام الحقيقة عليه يعني نقاش كبير في قضية الخصوصية، الأمان، الانحيازية اللي هي البايس طبعا. لكن زي ما ذكرت أن التطور السريع ممكن استخدامه في أشياء مهمة، وإحنا في الطب يعني الحقيقة خدمنا بشكل كبير جدا. تعزيز المعرفة، توقع النتائج، تحليل النتائج، وضع خطة العلاج عشان نقلل الوفيات والمضاعفات. يمكن هذه الشريحة تبين كيف خلال يعني المدة القصيرة اللي الذكاء الاصطناعي بدأ يخترق العالم. يعني احنا لو وصلنا حبينا نحسب 100 مليون مستخدم. نتفليكس أخذت 8 سنوات عشان تصل إلى 100 مليون مستخدم. تويتر وفيسبوك أخذ حوالي 3 سنوات ونص عشان يصل إلى 100 مليون مستخدم. لما نزل الشات جي بي تي 3 شهور وصل إلى 100 مليون مستخدم. فليش 100 مليون مستخدم؟ لأنه وجدناه مفيد. الآن أنا أقدر أكتب إيميل بشكل راقي جدا، أقدر أسوي بزنس بروبوزل في 5 دقائق. زي ما ذكرت أذكر طبعا أمثلة كثيرة في استخدام الواقع الافتراضي في المجال الطبي، لكن حبيت أركز على الإصابات بالذات، يعني لأنه مفيد لنا التشخيص المبكر للحالات، وضع الخطة العلاجية. مثلا الآن ربنا يكفيكم الشر يعني الأورام، هذا كمية المعلومات الآن اللي تنزل بشكل يومي كبيرة جدا، الإنسان البشري يمكن يستوعبها. فالذكاء الاصطناعي ممكن يعطيك مرحلة المرض ومستقبل المرض وخطة العلاج عشان الواحد يقدر ياخذ قرارات طبية مناسبة. الذكاء الاصطناعي خدمنا بشكل كبير في التعامل مع الأشعة. الأشعة المقطعية CT سكان، الأشعة المغناطيسية والأشعة العادية، ممكن دمج هذه البيانات كلها مع بعض ويعطيني هل المريض عنده كسور معينة، هل عنده نزيف، وين مكان النزيف. فبدال ما أنا أنتظر طبيب الأشعة عشان يقرأ لي الأشعة وعشان يعطيني التشخيص، أنا ممكن أصل إلى نتائج بوقت مذهل. وهذا مثل ما ذكرت يساهم في التشخيص المبكر للحالات. بريدكتيف أناليسيس، التنبؤ، يعني إيش الأنماط الطبية اللي ممكن تخيلها لهذا المريض بالذات، ما هي عوامل الخطر. ممكن حسابها ببارامترز بسيطة جدا زي المؤشرات الحيوية، زي مستوى الوعي، وهذا يساهم بتقليل الوفيات وتوقع النتائج عشان أنا أقدر أستخدم الإمكانيات المتاحة. فرز الإصابات، احنا في الطب عندنا شيء جدا مهم. يعني لما يكون مريض يجيني في الطوارئ، يجيني حوالي 10,000 مريض، كيف أتعرف على المريض هذا اللي ممكن حالته تكون خطرة؟ وهذا معروف في المجال الطبي، لكن فرصة الخطأ البشري فيه عالية. الآن الذكاء الاصطناعي قلل هذه نسبة الخطورة بشكل مذهل جدا في فرز الحالات واكتشاف الشخص اللي يحتاج رعاية أكثر أو رعاية عاجلة مقارنة بالمريض الثاني على سبيل المثال. طبعا استخدام الروبوتك سيرجري، يعني ممكن الآن واحد في شمال المملكة في عرعر أو القريات ممكن يكون عنده نزيف مثلا في الطحال أو نزيف في الكبد، والجراح موجود في الرياض مثلا، وهذه طبقت الآن موجودة عندنا في المملكة. ففي نتائج مذهلة لاستخدامها عن بعد باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي. الآن يعني أحب أتكلم على نظام الإصابات. يعني حوادث الطرق وتأثيرها على الوفيات، وإحنا في المملكة أدينا أداء جدا رائع يعني بفضل الجهود اللي تقوم فيها الجهات المختلفة، ونزلنا الوفيات من 29 لكل 100,000 شخص إلى حوالي 14-15 بهذا الحدود. ممكن تقليل الوفيات أيضا عن طريق العلاج الطبي. يعني احنا نتعامل مع المريض من وقت الإصابة إلى عودة للحياة الطبيعية. ففي حاجة اسمها نظام الإصابات. نظام الإصابات يركز على المراحل اللي يمر فيها المريض وتحديد مستشفيات الإصابات، تحديد الحالات. فباستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي أنا ممكن أفرز المريض من أول ما يكون فيه إصابة عن طريق مثل ما ذكرت المؤشرات الحيوية، ضغط الدم، النبض، معدل التنفس، مستوى الوعي، وممكن أنقله إلى مستشفى متخصص. المستشفى المتخصص في الإصابات أيضا ممكن استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي، فيمكن تطبيقه في نظام الإصابات بشكل كبير، زي ما راح أذكر بعد شوي عن أهمية هذا الموضوع. بعض أمثلة الذكاء الاصطناعي في بعض الدول، في بريطانيا طبق وكان فيه نتائج جدا مذهلة في تقليل الوفيات والمضاعفات. أيضا في كثير من الولايات الأمريكية استخدم الذكاء الاصطناعي لتحسين جودة التشخيص والعلاج، وأعطيتكم بعض الأمثلة في الأورام، وأيضا الآن في الإصابات ممكن استخدامه من بداية وصول المريض إلى المستشفى. أيضا في تجربة لأستراليا في تطبيق الذكاء الصناعي، لما يكون عندي بيانات كبيرة، دخل المريض الآن المستشفى، هذه البيانات حقت المريض أنا ممكن أعرف إيش التوقع اللي يحصل له، وكيف أتجنب المضاعفات، وكيف أرجع الحياة الطبيعية بشكل أكبر، وإيش الممكن، لأن عندنا المريض ممكن يتوفى لا قدر الله على طول بعد وصول المستشفى، أو ممكن يموت بعد يومين، أو يمكن يتوفى بعد حوالي تقريبا 3 أسابيع. فاستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي ممكن يساعدني إني أنا أتجنب المضاعفات أو الخطورة اللي ممكن تحصل له في الأيام القادمة. فيه تجارب كثيرة، ويمكن هذا يمكن أشهرها اللي هو المرضى اللي يصير عندهم شلل بعد الإصابات في العمود الفقري، وكانت هذه تقريبا ميؤوس منها تماما في علاجها. والآن باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي ووضع تشيبس صغيرة جدا في ظهر المصاب نسوي باي باس، يعني نتجاوز مكان الخلل للمصاب، وجابت نتائج جدا مذهلة باستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي. فباستخدام اتجاهات مزدوجة لتخطي السيالات العصبية استطعنا الآن بفضل الله سبحانه وتعالى ثم استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في تجاوز العطل أو العطب، واستطاع كثير من المرضى أنهم يمشون. أرجع في الأخير في آخر المحاضرة إلى نظام الإصابات. نظام الإصابات هو النظام اللي الآن يطبق في جميع أنحاء العالم، والآن احنا بدأنا في السعودية من حوالي 4 سنوات إذا سمعتوا عن الكلاسترز في المناطق، وأحد المانديت حقها أن نظام الإصابات تطبيقه أن المريض من بداية وقوع الحادث حتى عودته للحياة كل النقاط اللي يمر فيها، لما طبق نظام الإصابات وتحديد المستشفيات الخاصة في الإصابات استطعنا تقليص الوفيات بنسبة 15%، وأحيانا تصل إلى 25% إذا بنينا مستشفيات متخصصة. فإحنا في المجال الطبي إحنا جزء من المنظومة الخاصة في تقليص الوفيات في المجتمع عندنا إن شاء الله. في الختام يعني أكد على استخدام الواقع الافتراضي في نظام الإصابات فعال جدا في تقليل الوفيات والمضاعفات عن طريق التشخيص المبكر، عن طريق التقييم السريع واتخاذ القرار المناسب، التعامل السريع مع مختلف أنواع الأشعة المصاب، تشخيص مثلا وجود الكسور، النزيف الداخلي، التعرف على الحالات الأكثر عرضة للخطر، وأقدر أحدد الإمكانيات عندي وين أحركها وين أستفيد منها. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا دكتور سعود. اولا يعني تايم مانجمنت اوكي، و يعني actually we don't need the AI يعني for treatment, we need it for regulations, for safety. Okay, we hope we will don't reach to this stage, but I'm sure that there is a lot of things, application of AI in the medicine sector. Thanks a lot. طيب يعطيكم العافية جميعا، زين تحملتونا، ولو انه الدكتور طبعا اعطاكم يعني تقريبا ثلث ساعة، فانا ودي نسمع اذا في اسئلة. If you have any questions okay for our speakers. يعني I didn't mean okay, very good, I see hands up, but I thought maybe if we make all the questions at the end nobody will ask, but I see a lot of raising hands, so تفضل ليسن.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
أبدأ؟ تفضل. السلام عليكم. شكرا جزيلا لجامعة الإمام عبد الرحمن على هذا الملتقى الرائع، وشكرا I thank also the panel of speakers for this added value presentations. My first question to Mr. Walter, I think the crash testing has a lot of severe results so far, and I wonder as a doctor in mechanical engineering why they don't use nanotechnology to design the chassis of these vehicles that really contribute to a lot of accident in the world. So I would like an elaboration from Mr. Walter on that issue. Also, I have another question for Professor Saud, which is very nice topic. And we know that the Japanese people work on the issue of zero defect. So my question to Professor Saud, that how can we manage the zero defect issue that in the Japanese management to apply that in the medical sectors, because the problems in the medical sectors, a lot of faults happening in the world if we look at the statistical general issues. So I would like an elaboration from Professor Saud My name is Dr. Faisal Al-Idrisi. I'm a Dean of Development, previous Dean in University of Qasim. And also I was the head for the Leadership Innovation Leadership Center in the Medina now University. Thank you very much for this valuable presentation.
Okay, thank you for your question, but I need to elaborate. What do you mean by zero defect? In which sector?
For Professor Saud, the Japanese people, they are trying to watch the quality by reducing the mistakes. Zero defect, it's a very big concept in the world. So I just want to, because he's in the medical field.
So it's, you mean in all sectors? Zero defects in everything?
Yeah, zero defect in all over.
Yeah, okay.
But in Dr. Saud, he said the AI, it's really managing a lot of things related to the surgery. But,
Thank you.
But for the zero mistakes in the process of medical problems that happening in the world.
Thank you. Mr. Walter. Did you get the question?
Yes, let me try to provide you an answer as far as I got the question. Our regulations are performance-oriented. We provide the requirements that the system component has to be met, and we also standardize the test procedures. But how the design is up to the manufacturer. For example, in the regulation on crash protection, you will not find that the vehicle has to be equipped with an airbag. You will find the maximum forces on the head, on the neck, on the shoulder, on the different parts of the bodies of persons in the different seating positions, but you will not find a solution how to achieve this. There we have engineers in the automotive sector that are designing the vehicles, and they should have every freedom to reach the goal. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا على السؤال. طبعا المجال الطبي يمكن بالذات في علاج الإصابات في عوامل إنسانية وبشرية وفرصة الخطأ عالية جدا. يعني لو أخذنا في أمريكا الأخطاء الطبية في سنة تصل إلى 10 مليون خطأ. أعتقد سؤال جدا جميل، لأن ممكن استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي، الكاميرات الذكية لمراقبة عمل الطاقم ومراجعتها. احنا الآن اليوم احنا نستخدم الكاميرات للحالات الصعبة المتقدمة واللي حصلت فيها مضاعفات، فبعدين نراجعها بشكل أسبوعي، نراجع الحالات هذه عن طريق الكاميرات العادية. فلو استخدمنا الكاميرات الذكية ممكن تقليص الأخطاء البشرية، لكن لما أعتقد تصل صفر يمكن من الصعب جدا، لأن العامل البشري وديناميكية الحالات الإصابات وطبيعة العمل الطبي، الناس مناوبة وسهرانة وأحيانا يكون تحت ضغط عالي جدا، والعامل أيضا الاقتصادي أنك ما تقدر تجيب طاقم كبير جدا والنقص، لكن ممكن تقليصه عن طريق استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي.
شكرا دكتور. تفضل.
الو دكتور مساعد النجار، جمعية كويتية السلامة المرورية. First of all, I would like to thank the speakers for an interesting presentation. I have two questions. One, for the first question, since we're talking about autonomous vehicle, what about if it is involved in a crash or accident and there is liability? Who's going to be in charge or liable? Is it insurance companies or the car manufacturer? The second question for Professor Saud. It's nice to hear that you use the AI for in medical aspect, especially in triage. did you also use the AI in treating PTSD patients as well as rehabilitation? Thank you.
Is the question clear? They are talking about the liability.
Yes.
If it's involved with autonomous cars.
The first principle, I believe, and of course, everything is subject to, I believe that the structure will become, for the first systems, Mercedes and Honda systems it is, that while the vehicle is in automated mode, the manufacturer of the vehicle is liable in any accident. And that the issues related to whether in the accident the vehicle was at fault or somebody else was at fault, etc., will be negotiated legally or through insurance companies by the manufacturer. The actual driver will not be responsible and not be liable for any accident. And in a true automated system, I think those principles will generally apply. What is not yet known is what happens on transition of control. That has not been worked out, and there's big issues where I don't think we want a situation where the automated vehicle can say, there's some problem, take over, and then say 3 seconds later there's an accident, and then the automated driving company, the vehicle, is not liable. I think there'll end up being some reasonable time frame between when the takeover is and when the automated vehicle has not, no longer has liability. But that is not worked out and will become an issue at some point. And there is a real worry that there can be issues with accidents happening just as the automated system says to the person sitting in the passenger seat that now you should take over and be the driver. So we haven't sorted that short period of time, but that may be a big legal issue and a big problem. But in general, the manufacturer of the automated vehicle system will be the person or the company organization liable for accidents while the automated system is engaged. Did that answer the question?
Actually, a little bit. For me, it's a very good question, actually, and it's a big challenge for the traffic department. Is it in the automated mode or driving mode? And then I think the liability and the insurance company will play a lot on this. You have to see exactly our traffic department, and we have to be ready actually for this. If we have automated cars and we don't know if it's in the automated mode, okay, he will be responsible. We know that if it's in the automated mode, the companies or the manufacturer will do. But maybe the manufacturer will say it's not in the automated mode. Yes. So we have to solve this. So Dr. Saud, answer for you.
To answer the second question, just simply no, we didn't use it in the rehab. اللي هو إعادة التأهيل لسه ما استخدمناه، لكن استخدمناه في بري هوسبيتال اللي هو قبل وصول المريض للمستشفى، وفي حالات الطوارئ والفرز، وأيضا في البريدكشن. ممكن نعرف now we can predict يعني أي مريض راح يصل إلى الريهاب اللي هو إعادة التأهيل، لكن ما استخدمناه في إعادة التأهيل.
Thank you, gentlemen.
مهندس عصام، شكرا شكرا على هيدي الجلسة المميزة. بالحقيقة مستر روس تطرق لأهمية أو تطرق للأجهزة المساعدة للسائق، والسيد وولتر تطرق للقوانين اللي صايرة بأوروبا، المعمول فيها بأوروبا بخصوص اعتماد هالأنظمة هيدي. أنا بدي أتوجه للدكتور بلال، بما أنه دكتور بلال معروف يعني ضمن دول العربية خصوصا دول الخليج بجهوده. نحن بنعرف أنه أهم اختراع بعد السيت بيلت هو الأوتونوموس إمرجنسي بريكنج سيستم، هالنظام اللي بتيح للسيارة توقف عند أي أوبستيكل بتواجهه، سواء كان إنسان أو أي شيء تاني. كمان الأداس نفسه يلي هو الأنظمة المساعدة للسائق بتعطي أليرت قبل ثانية أو ثانية ونص من وقوع الحادث، لأنه hazard perception ما قدر السائق يشوف شو لازم يشوف. والدراسة اللي صارت بإحدى شركات الانشورنس بالعالم بتقول إنه هيدي ممكن تخفض بين 80 لل 85% من نسبة الوفيات والإصابات اللي عم بتصير على الشارع. شو اللي بيمنع إنه الدول بمنطقتنا تعتمد هالأجهزة وتصير مانداتوري، وخصوصا انه هيدي الاجهزه ممكن تكون ريتروفيت، يعني تتركب على اي سياره. وبعتقد واحد من الاجهزه الموجوده بالسوق اداس ممكن يكلف 1000 درهم. بالتالي او ممكن في تطبيقات حاليا نحن ب اميريتس موبيليتي عم نشتغل عليها، يلي بتعطي اليرت من خلال الموبايل فون، بيكون محطوط ممنوع يدقوا فيه بس بيكون محطوط على بالسيارة. بقى إذا رحنا بدنا نخفف من هالشباب اللي عم تتوفى ونروح باتجاه الرؤية الصفرية، ما يصير في هالوفيات وهالإصابات. ليش ما بنعتمد أجهزة الذكاء الاصطناعي والأجهزة المساعدة للسائق بدولنا العربية مثل ما سيد وولتر كان أشار لها عم تعتمد بأوروبا؟ شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا على السؤال. أظن ملتقى اليوم هو من الفرص لتبادل التجارب وتبادل المعلومات على آخر المعايير الدولية والاتفاقيات الدولية التي تمكن دولنا في المنطقة العربية أن تكون يعني مراقبة لآخر التطورات، وحتى تعتمد هذه الجايد لاينز، يعني كل ما هو موجود مثلا بالUNECE بالاتفاقية الدولية لتنظيم قطاع المروري، وكذلك الاتحاد الدولي للاتصالات لاستعمال آخر المعايير الدولية بالنسبة للتكنولوجيات الاتصالات والمعلومات اللي تساهم في إيجاد حلول أحسن بالنسبة للسلامة المرورية. ونشوف اليوم أنه العديد من الدول في المنطقة العربية يعني تحضر وتحتضن منصات كما منصة اليوم لتبادل هذه المعلومات، وإن شاء الله يعني خروج من مخرجات هذا الملتقى أنه يكون في أكثر مشاركة من المملكة والمنطقة في الUNECE مثلا لإعطاء أكثر تفاعل مع آخر التنظيمات الدولية لهذه التكنولوجيات الجديدة في مجال المرور. شكرا.
شكرا دكتور طارق. طبعا احنا كنا بنتكلم في هالموضوع هذا شوي، والتحول طبعا سريع جدا في موضوع الصناعة، لكن الدول هي اللي لازم تبادر بنفسها في الانضمام اساسا للبادي هذا. واعتقد المملكه الان يعني ودول الخليج كلها طبعا خطت خطوات كبيره جدا في موضوع السلامه المروريه والالتزام فيها، واعتقد it's coming soon ان شاء الله. طيب, at the end I thank all our speakers. Thanks a lot, and thanks for our audience for your patience. And I think we finished before our times. We should finish at 3:45. Now you have 10 minutes earlier. Thanks a lot. Thanks for everybody.
شكرا رئيس الجلسة والمتحدثين. الآن اسمحوا لي أن أدعو سعادة اللواء علي بن محسن الزهراني مدير الإدارة العامة للمرور بالمملكة لتكريم رئيس الجلسة والمتحدثين، فليتفضل مشكورا. نبدأ برئيس الجلسة مهندس عصام الملا أمين الأحساء. دكتور بلال جاموسي. مستر روسل شيلز. Mr. Walter Nizzard. الدكتور سعود التركي. صورة جماعية رئيس الجلسة والمتحدثين. جروب فوتو بليز. صورة جماعية لرئيس الجلسة والمتحدثين مع سعادة اللواء. شكرا لكم جميعا. وبهذا أعزائي الحضور نختتم هذا البرنامج لهذا اليوم، على أن نراكم إن شاء الله غدا لتكملة برنامج الملتقى بإذن الله تعالى، وندعوكم إلى وجبة الغداء، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.